Warcraft Invasion of Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151. Join us, Tony. First update. Because of being delayed by a certain egg, Tony arrived at the laboratory 4 hours later. As soon as he got out of Mark 6, he heard Lao Wang's voice. "You refused. I'm not interested in working for SHIELD." Tony answered reflexively, and then suddenly became alert. "How do you know? Did you notify him to find me?" "I guessed." Lao Wang smiled. "Coming so late, he must have been delayed by someone or something." Tony has always been self-centered, arrogant, since he is interested in the Quinjet. Even if the Stark Industries board of directors convened an emergency meeting, or the Senate summoned him, he would not go anyway. You have to wait. If you are asked to, there are not many things that can hold him back. He gave part of Whitehall's memory to the boiled egg a few days ago. That guy must be looking for foreign aid everywhere. It would be strange if he would let a superhero like you go. The most important thing is, I won't tell you, that Sky's hacking skills are improving rapidly now. He has already grasped the movements of the boiled eggs. I know where he goes to buy breakfast in the morning, not to mention looking for you, a middle-aged man who is also the focus of Sky's attention. It seems that this director of SHIELD is not having an easy time. Tony is very smart. He guessed a lot in an instant and shrugged. "Did he also look for you?" "Like you, I refused because of different ideas." Lao Wang didn't want to waste time on this issue and pursed his lips. "Let's go. I'll take you to visit." The two came to the central square. Tony took a casual look and snorted. "Retired old model? It seems that you know a lot about it." Lao Wang was a little surprised. "Stark Industries is the world's largest arms dealer. I know something about all the aircraft in service, and I'm planning to build airplanes and satellites." Tony wasn't polite either. He walked around the Quinjet, commenting as he walked, "Is there anyone using such an outdated engine? It looks so ugly and not aerodynamic. Folding wings? A very common idea. The power system is old. Overall it's not bad." Lao Wang smiled. "I have some ideas." He mixed the new Quinjet and the black technology of the Sky Carrier together, then added some of his own ideas, and told Tony about it. Turbine engine, vertical takeoff and landing technology. Both energy and materials are very demanding. Tony stroked his mustache. "The weapon system is simple, and high altitude flight and all-weather flight are not difficult, but supersonic cruise and spaceflight also have requirements for materials and energy." "Wait." He finally became alert, looked at Lao Wang, and raised his eyebrows. "Wang, you referred to my battle suit. You want to use gold titanium alloy and arc reactor? Gold titanium alloy is too expensive. I can't afford it. Temporarily use titanium alloy, or other materials. My laboratory is developing new materials, and I will replace them when there are results. No, when the time comes, I will directly develop a new fighter, which is better than the current Quinjet." Lao Wang shook his head slightly, and then said, "In terms of energy, nuclear power is barely enough, but it is still a little bit worse. I hope you can sell me some arc reactors. I can promise that I will never dismantle them for research." Tony squinted his eyes and looked at Lao Wang. The technical content of the arc reactor itself is not particularly high, otherwise he would not have been able to make it in a cave with the most rudimentary equipment. What is really precious is the design plan. As long as they get the arc reactor, the top laboratories in the country can study it thoroughly and copy it. But he is not afraid, because the most precious thing is the new element discovered by his father and created by himself, which is not so easy to copy. Although Stark Industries is committed to clean energy, it will never sell the arc reactor, which is its core competitiveness. Of course, Master Wang is trustworthy. After all, the technology he masters, whether it is brain mapping or memory uploading, is no less valuable than the arc reactor, so there is no need to steal it. I can sell you the arc reactor, and you can also buy the weapon system. I still have a lot of stock in my warehouse, and the other parts can be customized." Tony thought for a moment and said, "The most difficult part is visual invisibility. That's why I asked you to come." Lao Wang said, I want to entrust you to modify these 3 quinchets to meet all the conditions I put forward, including visual invisibility. Although I'm very rich, no one will complain about having too much money. You can't afford the modification fee. Tony raised his chin. Then, what can you give me? Virtual technology. Lao Wang smiled slightly. Real virtual technology is at least 50 years ahead of the entire world. Although he didn't believe that there was such advanced virtual technology, Tony still followed Lao Wang to the virtual laboratory. This laboratory specializing in the study of framework is in charge of Sky, who has been studying the knowledge of a certain page in the Dark God book. At present, there is no progress. Although Sky's hacking technology is the best in the world, it is still within the current technical framework. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to completely solve the framework. Staring at the computer and looking at the relevant knowledge uploaded by Sky, Tony quickly got into the state. For scientists, the most attractive thing is the most cutting-edge science and technology. He is confident that he is the world's top scientist. Although his main research direction is not computer technology, the appearance of Jarvis at least proves one thing. There are no more than 10 people in the world who can match him in computer technology, and there is probably no one who can surpass him. But now, with a not so large amount of knowledge in front of him, Tony realized that he is still far behind. Each character above represents knowledge that is 50 years ahead of the world. When these characters are gathered together, they are the most cutting-edge technology in the world and the most beautiful scenery in the eyes of scientists. So that's it. Tony sighed as he read it. I dare say that the number of people in the world who can understand it can be counted on one hand. There is one next to you. Lao Wang pointed at Sky. I can only understand a little bit. Sky is still very humble and knows which level he belongs to. Well, I admit that I don't understand it a little bit. Tony feels that he has to be humble and not be too proud. It will take a little time. Then I'll leave it to you. Lao Wang looked at Tony. If you have time. Tony certainly has time. Although he is the chairman and president of Stark Industries, most of the work is now handed over to Pepper Potts. His main job is to pick up girls and eat burgers, as well as research Iron Man's suit and be a superhero to maintain world peace. However, considering that the framework is too complicated, even more complicated than brain mapping and memory uploading, and more than half of it is not understood, and it is unknown how long it will take, Tony can only go back to the villa to study it slowly. After the research is completed, I will start a social network company. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Lao Wang thinks it is better to make it clear first. Virtual technology is integrated with brain mapping and memory uploading. You are involved in all of them. When the time comes, you will be given a share of the technology. How about 10% of the shares? These technologies are not just the credit of Tony alone. Sky, Fitz and other laboratory personnel have contributed. According to Lao Wang's idea, Tony 10%, Sky 10%, Fitz 10%, and the remaining researchers 10%. The dark book was provided by himself, and the entire company is also his own, accounting for 60%. Absolute control, which is good. 20%. Tony is not only a scientific genius, but also a business genius. He can see at a glance that the money prospects of this technology are probably even higher than the arc reactor. He can't let go at this time. He stared into Lao Wang's eyes, unusually serious, at least. Lao Wang smiled. 19%. Provided that you invest 2 billion, and the cost of the transformation of the quinjet will be borne by you. After all, you also got the technology of the quinjet, right? Okay. The temptation of virtual technology far exceeds that of women and hamburgers. Tony memorized all the contents of the framework after just one look, put on his battlesuit, and left without any delay. He couldn't wait to get the framework. This kind of thing must be more fulfilling than conquering a woman. For a scientist. Sorry for the late update. 2 updates today. Thanks to Ben Gong Lee Zion for the 1000 reward, and thanks to Bookfriends 201901 and Woofer for the 100 rewards. Chapter 152, The Winter Soldier Awakens, Part 2. 200 million will not be directly deposited into the account, but will be cashed in other forms, such as purchasing the necessary equipment and materials. The equipment promised by Luden will be deposited first, which is worth 100 million. SHIELD is a large company with many server-level computers with good performance, and even many high-end computer room equipment and supercomputers that are not available on the market. These things were quickly shipped to the port of St. Juan by sea, and then loaded onto trucks and sent to the laboratory. Tony was in charge of the design, and a brand new super large computer room slowly took shape. Before completing the research on the quantum brain, this was the server of the framework and the headquarters of the Azeroth social network company. Through some hidden channels, Sky registered a large number of companies in advance. Several subsidiaries of the Azeroth group will cover life sciences, social networks, military heavy industry, artificial intelligence, aerospace and other aspects. This is a more important part of Lao Wang's dozens of plans, and the purpose is not just to make money. When the money reaches a certain level, it is meaningless in itself. The meaning lies in the influence brought by money, the influence on politics, the influence on the military, and the influence on the world. In capitalist countries, the power of capitalists can really affect the operation of the country, and thus the whole world. Lao Wang has no interest in politics. He wants to be the man behind the earth, and the man behind Azeroth. Another plan is to develop high-tech elites, that is, superheroes. Of course, Shockwave, Ghost Rider and others are the most solid team at the beginning, but Lao Wang's goal is not only them. Fitz's ability is really good. He said 2 days is 2 days. After making necessary adjustments to the relevant equipment, Fitz modified the Winter Soldier's memory and helped him clear the brainwashing of Hydra, and then, brainwashing. Lao Wang did not directly control the Winter Soldier from the mental level. This is not only out of humanitarian considerations, but also because once this is done, Fitz and others will definitely feel uncomfortable, because if they can control the Winter Soldier, they can control them. No one wants to lose their freedom, both physical and mental freedom. And this kind of control is not absolute, it is possible to fail. Once it fails, it will cause fierce resistance and the consequences will be serious. Some simple memory modifications will make the Winter Soldier feel good about Lao Wang, that's all. Then Thor. In full view of the public, the Winter Soldier opened his eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? Like everyone else who has had the same experience, the Winter Soldier fell into a state of confusion as soon as he woke up. Years of training have made him subconsciously use absolutely powerful force to ensure that he becomes the dominant party and controls the situation, and then think about the 3 major issues in life. However, a hand quickly pressed down on his shoulder with great force, and he couldn't get up no matter what. Relax, Sergeant Barnes. A gentle voice sounded, and a stream of true energy was injected into his body, slowing down his heartbeat, reducing adrenaline secretion, and making him calm. Most importantly, the natural breath emanating from Lao Wang made him feel free and peaceful, and coupled with the targeted memory modification, he developed an inexplicable trust in this person, and seeing him was like seeing a relative. Standing in front of him, there was a warmth like home. Immortal Iron Fist? Master Wang? The Winter Soldier remembered something and asked hurriedly, "What did you do to me? You were brainwashed by Hydra, and I helped you solve the hidden danger." Old Wang's smile was as warm as ever, melting the coldness of the Winter Soldier for 60 years. "Congratulations, Sergeant Barnes, you are free." Free. Bucky was stunned. The past 60 years emerged like a movie, and every awakening and mission was a nightmare for him now. What have I done? He was captured by Hydra and subjected to human experiments by Dr. Zala, becoming stronger than others. Steve appeared alone to save himself and joined the Howling Commandos. He fell off a cliff, but did not die because of his special physique, and was then captured by Hydra again. Continued to experiment, installed a mechanical arm, and brainwashed into the Winter Soldier. Help Hydra eliminate dissidents. Over the past few decades, dozens of very important people have died because of him, including those famous scientists, politicians, and the founder of Stark Industries, his old friend, Howard Stark. Now he is finally free, and all this is thanks to Master Wang. Looking at Lao Wang, the Winter Soldier did not say thank you. This word is too light. This is more important than saving his life, and I can only repay it with my whole life. Strange. Why do I have such an idea? It doesn't fit my character setting. Of course, the Winter Soldier didn't know that Fitz had modified his memory. What he cares more about now is another name. Steve Rogers, Captain America. The Winter Soldier was silent. He's dead. He died, and I'm still alive. Life is dark and boring. No, he's still alive. Lao Wang's voice suddenly sounded. He is lying somewhere in the Arctic Circle, waiting for you to wake him up. The Winter Soldier's eyes suddenly widened, and his hands tightly grasped Lao Wang's shoulders. What did you say? Steve is still alive. During World War II, Captain America fought a great battle with the leader of Hydra, Red Skull, and finally won. The cosmic cube was activated, and Red Skull was teleported to a desolate planet deep in the universe. The huge energy melted through the plane, and the cosmic cube fell into the ocean. After several transfers, it fell into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Captain America drove the Valkyrie and disappeared in the Arctic Circle, crashing somewhere. It merged with the ice and disappeared with the drift of the glacier and the movement of the ocean current. Both Hydra and the Strategic Scientific Corps, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D., at the time sent people to look for it, but none of them found it. Everyone thought Captain America was dead, but no one knew that he was just frozen by the glacier, and because of the strong physical fitness brought by the super soldier serum, he was still alive and maintained his appearance 60 years ago, waiting to be discovered. If Lao Wang hadn't interfered, he would have been discovered and awakened by S.H.I.E.L.D. in about 2 years, and then under the persuasion of Lu Dan and the influence of his ex-girlfriend Agent Carter, he would join S.H.I.E.L.D. and even have the same level 8 authority as Coulson. Now, his fate has been rewritten. It would obviously be better to be awakened by someone else than by S.H.I.E.L.D. Good friends, for life. The ex-girlfriend has already married, and is even dying of old age, so what are you waiting for? Only the Winter Soldier, who has lived from 60 years ago to today, and has the same young body, is true love. Master Wang, do you know where Steve is? The Winter Soldier was very excited. Greenland. I know it's big, but at least there is hope, isn't it? Old Wang smiled. I'll go now. The Winter Soldier couldn't wait for a second, and stood up to go out. He was so impatient. Old Wang quickly held him down. Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have been looking for it for many years, and haven't found it. Are you sure you can do it yourself? But, wait a little longer. Old Wang smiled. I will prepare a plane and the best detection equipment for you, and I will also install the best robotic arm for you. Don't worry, you won't have to wait too long. I've been waiting for more than 60 years, so what's the big deal about waiting a few more days? Okay. The Winter Soldier nodded reluctantly. I don't know why. He trusts Master Wang, whom he has only met a few times, and trusts from the bottom of his heart. So strange. Just like a long-lost relative. Thanks to Chicago Dawize for the 1000 reward. Chapter 153 Fresh Ingredients Taste Better. Part 1. Fitz was very busy. After dealing with the Winter Soldier, he immediately started designing the robotic arm. Although the original robotic arm had been thoroughly studied, many materials had to be made of secondary adamantium alloy, which was too expensive and could not be processed again. A robotic arm might cost tens of millions of dollars, so all aspects had to be considered clearly. It took a full week before the drawings were sent to Lu Dan, and the top laboratory controlled by the US government was asked to manufacture it. This also takes time, and Tony's modification of the Quinjet also takes time. The world's #1 arms dealer is really amazing. The modification drawings came out in less than 2 days, and they were so good that no one could find fault with them. The weapon system was picked up directly from the warehouse of Stark Industries. Although the arsenal had been closed for a long time, there was still inventory, and the production line was still there, so it was no problem to produce some for their own use. Most of the modified parts were customized from major companies through Tony's relationship, such as Sith Corporation, Roxxon Corporation, and Pime Technology. As long as the money was enough, efficiency would not be a problem. Even the most difficult visual invisibility is not very difficult. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. can figure it out. Tony certainly has no problem. It only took 3 days to draw the design, and if nothing unexpected happens, the effect is better than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s. The gap between geniuses is greater than the gap between geniuses and ordinary people. So great that it makes people despair. Aircraft modification is a big project, and it must be kept secret. Only one's own people can be used, and the cycle is very long. No matter how anxious the Winter Soldier is, he can only wait. After all, it is too difficult to find a frozen aircraft wreckage and a person on the huge island of Greenland. The best way is to fly a plane at low altitude, and equip it with a high precision and high performance detector for carpet scanning. Ordinary planes and helicopters are not good. There are problems with endurance and concealment. This matter cannot alarm SHIELD and Hydra, or even the local people in Greenland. The most suitable one is the modified Quinjet. Of course, such good living research materials cannot be wasted, so the Winter Soldier moved into the biochemistry laboratory and lived a wonderful world of 3 people with Simmons and Sky's father Carl. Lying on the test bench all day to be studied, Simmons put his sturdy body into 108 poses and took a lot of nude and asterisk photos. Fitz was not jealous. Scientists' brain circuits are indeed different from ordinary people. Lao Wang's super soldier plan is even more complicated than the framework. It involves regeneration, self-healing, physical enhancement, death resurrection and other aspects. It is not completed so quickly, but the resurrection serum mixed with the effective ingredients of dragon bones was quickly prepared. After each person was injected, the 5 fingers of the hand finally resurrected, after lying dead for several months. I'm Mrs. Gao. I come from Kunlun. My goal is to return to Kunlun and become the master of Kunlun. Unlike the Winter Soldier, Mrs. Gao did not go through the 3 questions of life at all. Her strong mental will made her figure everything out at the first time, and then she began to think about the current situation. She was caught. The other party has mastered the ability to resurrect herself. How is this possible? Only a true Iron Fist has the ability to heal or even revive, and even has super strong immunity to the mind and control of the mind. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become the guardian of Kunlun and guard a dimension independent of the Earth. But this person is definitely not an Iron Fist, and this was determined as early as the first meeting. Even if an ordinary Kung Fu master has mastered the key, he can only strengthen his body, at most make his physical fitness stronger than that of an Olympic champion, and have a stronger self-healing ability, and then be immune to most viruses, and be invulnerable to all poisons. Using key to heal, can barely do it, but want to revive others? Absolutely impossible. So the answer is unique. The other party has mastered the method of resurrection with dragon bones, and he also got the dragon bones. Although I don't know what happened after my death, since this person resurrected himself, he must have needs and desires. As long as there is desire, there will be weaknesses, and you can break his defenses and even control him. Mrs. Gao thinks she is more experienced in this regard. Young man, we should talk. It will be good for both you and me. As the IQ representative of the 5 fingers, Mrs. Gao and Alexandra looked at each other and spoke with the tacit consent of the other party. She stared at Lao Wang calmly, hoping to see desire, thirst, and any emotional fluctuations in Lao Wang's eyes, so as to take the initiative in the subsequent negotiations. Murakami was obviously not interested in letting Mrs. Gao be in charge of the negotiations, and said very toughly, "You resurrected us, and want us to work for you? Kill yourself first, then resurrect yourself. Stick and carrot." What a simple routine. It seems that this person knows the value of 5 fingers. Personal strength is not important. What is important is that everyone has lived for more than 1,000 years and has mastered a lot of resources and intelligence. Killing is always the most unprofitable. The best way to eliminate the enemy is to turn the enemy into your own people. You are still too young and naive. Do you really think I will obey your orders and be your subordinate? Yes, I will. Since I can't beat you, I will pretend to be willing to be your subordinate first, and then find an opportunity to destroy you. It's not like I haven't done this before. Murakami was very proud, and there was nothing wrong with doing this. However, you are wrong. Lao Wang tilted his head and thought about it, and interrupted. Murakami didn't expect to hear such a sentence at all. What did I do wrong? He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried, so he had to bow 180 degrees and ask, "Sir, what did you say? Where did I go wrong?" Murakami's attitude satisfied Lao Wang, so he asked back, "Why do you have such an idea? Don't you feel wronged? There is a chance. Murakami's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "Sir, I admire your wisdom and your strength. I'm willing to serve you without any grievance. I'm willing to hand over the Yamagachigumi to you. All the assets under my name add up to more than 10 billion, not Japanese yen, but US dollars. If my property is exposed, it will definitely rank among the top 10 in Japan. Although I'm not as rich as Murakami, I have a whole warlord under my command, and a lot of arms." Salander also realized that there was a chance, and said quickly, "I'm responsible for supplying fresh blood to the hand, and I have more than 300 martial arts halls around the world." Botu also said. Madame Gao and Alexandra didn't say anything, always feeling that something was wrong. "That's where you're wrong." Lao Wang sighed. "Since I'm better than you in every aspect, why do I need you to work for me?" he said helplessly. "Besides, although you are not wronged, I'm wronged." Murakami, Salander, and Botu were all surprised. This answer is wrong. We are not wronged. So why are you wronged? Young man, the resources and wealth we have, as well as the most valuable knowledge, are not what you can imagine. If all these wealth are given to you, you must be the richest man in the world, and you can even manipulate the global financial market. Mrs. Gao said very calmly. "More importantly, we have a way to make you a real Iron Fist. I think since you are pretending to be Iron Fist, you must be coveting the power of Iron Fist, that kind of truly powerful power, right?" "Yes." Lao Wang nodded. Mrs. Gao was very satisfied with the answer. She finally had a plan in her mind. A big stone fell to the ground. She continued, "We have only one goal, which is to go home. Kunlun is our home. As long as we join forces, we will definitely be able to attack Kunlun. At that time, you will become the new Iron Fist, and we can go home. Everyone will achieve their goals. It's a win-win situation. Isn't it good?" "No." Lao Wang shook his head. Mrs. Gao was slightly stunned. "Why? Win-win is never the best choice." Lao Wang smiled. "For me, there is always only one result." Mrs. Gao hurriedly asked, "What?" Lao Wang looked at the brain mapping device next to him and smiled. "Winner takes all." Mrs. Gao was even more confused now. "If you don't want to cooperate with us, why do you spend so much money to revive us? First of all, the cost of reviving you is not high. The dragon bones I have on hand can revive 10,000 times." Lao Wang thought about it, considering that the other party was older, and decided to use rhetoric. "As for why I resurrected you, maybe it's because fresh ingredients are more delicious." Mrs. Gao was stunned again. "What do you mean by this? Why do I feel so scared? What kind of food?" In addition, Lao Wang added, "Do you know why living people are more valuable than dead people?" "Why?" Lao Wang blinked. "Because they can continuously create value." Chapter 154 Sky is Missing, Part 2. Older memories mean deeper and harder to access, and longer life means a larger amount of memory. The combination of the two means a longer surveying time. Lao Wang certainly won't cooperate with the Five Fingers. People can lie, but memories can't. There are two purposes for resurrection. First, to obtain more detailed and lossless memories, so as to better receive the resources, wealth and knowledge mastered by the hand. And second, the Five Fingers that are alive should be easier to knock on the door of Kunlun than the dead ones. After waiting for several months, Lao Wang doesn't mind waiting a few more days. According to Fitz's estimate, it can be completed in 2 weeks at most. The level and efficiency of the top laboratories in the United States are indeed good. Of course, it is also related to the status and personality charm of Ludan. With sufficient materials and sufficient personnel, the secondary adamantium alloy parts were quickly manufactured and delivered to the laboratory by a Quinjet. Before that, Fitz had already completed the production of other parts. As soon as the secondary adamantium alloy arrived, it was assembled immediately and debugged in less than an hour. A brand new robotic arm worth tens of millions of dollars appeared in front of everyone. According to Fitz, this thing is actually equivalent to an upgraded version of the titanium alloy boxing gloves. It has more functions than Black Widow's Widowsuit, and its capabilities in all aspects are also improved. Of course, the physical requirements are also higher. Simply put, even if Black Widow's arm is cut off, and the mechanical arm is connected, Black Widow cannot use it. The burden on the flesh alone is not something Black Widow can bear. After such a long time in the world of 3 people, Winter Soldier finally got out of the biochemistry laboratory. Is this for me? Seeing Lao Wang nod, he quickly took it and installed it, and then listened to Fitz's explanation while testing it. Well, in addition to the existing electromagnetic shielding and weapon systems, the main focus is on comprehensively improving the defense and attack power of the robotic arm itself. Mainly attack. Vibranium focuses on defense, and adamantium focuses on attack. Secondary adamantium can allow your robotic arm to remain intact under 100 tons of force. Well, unless you are facing off against 20 train cars, or are hit head on by a meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 meters, the robotic arm will not have any problems at all. No one in this world has that much power, well, except for the Hulk. Run as far as you can when you meet him. Although he may not be able to break the robotic arm, your body certainly can't bear it, and the secondary adamantium may not be able to hurt it. Its material itself is good enough, but your strength is too poor. Also, enhance the power amplification system. The Ultra Macro Arc Reactor, provided by Mr. Stark, is used as an energy source, and the power system allows your arm strength to increase to up to 5 tons. More is possible, but your physical fitness is not good enough, and you can't bear it. Before he finished speaking, he heard an "Ah, Mr. Stark." Hearing this address, the Winter Soldier was stunned. Which Stark? Tony Stark, chairman of Stark Industries, Howard's son. Lao Wang said truthfully. The Winter Soldier was completely stunned. The scenes at the beginning emerged in his mind. December 16th, 1991. He will always remember that day. Hydra got the news that Howard Stark secretly restarted the Super Soldier project, trying to restore the Super Soldier serum, and it has succeeded. He got the order to rob the serum. On the way back to Stark's villa, he killed Howard and his wife. Howard recognized him at the time, but he had been brainwashed. An old friend died in his own hands. How can he face his nephew? Although that's not what you want, I still have to say, this is difficult to do. Lao Wang shrugged. The Winter Soldier was silent for a moment, and said in a muffled voice, "I have killed many people. I remember the name of each of them, and everyone's face. There is no point in apologizing. Hatred cannot be resolved. What should be faced, must be faced after all. We'll talk about it later." Lao Wang had a headache. The hatred of killing his father was irreconcilable. If this happened to him, no matter whether he was willing or not, he would be killed. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Whoever dares to stop me, don't blame me for being ruthless. No one has the right to interfere in this matter, and they can only solve it themselves. No matter what the final result is, Lao Wang can understand it. Whether it is Tony or Captain America Winter Soldier, they are not crying pseudo girls, and the final result is impossible to forget the grudges with a smile, like in domestic TV dramas. Everyone is an adult, and everyone has their own persistence and choice. Captain America is still waiting for you in Greenland. Lao Wang pointed to the square outside and said, "There is a Quinjet that has been modified. The detection equipment and other necessary equipment are ready for you. If the energy is not enough, contact me at any time. You can leave." The Winter Soldier was in a bad mood, nodded, and left in silence. The Quinjet took off, and he flew to Greenland alone to find his long-lost good friend. That is the bond flowing in the blood, and engraved in the heart. It will never change. Lao Wang shook his head slightly, and suddenly frowned. A powerful energy fluctuation came from the virtual laboratory not far away, and even brought with it a familiar spatial change. There were 2 lives in the laboratory that was originally only for 1 person. There was no time to open the door or fly, and even no time for the soul to leave the body. Lao Wang's mind moved, and the crimson magic belt wrapped around his waist flew towards the virtual laboratory like red lightning, directly smashing the glass, and arriving in an instant. How fast the heart is, how fast the magic belt is. However, the energy fluctuation suddenly disappeared, and everything returned to silence, as if nothing had happened. Someone disappeared without a trace. The crimson magic belt flew back, and wrapped around Lao Wang's waist, rubbing Lao Wang's belly in a flattering way, saying, "It's really not my fault. That guy didn't count down when he teleported. It's too much." Lao Wang ignored it. It really is a fake with only the naming rights. It's useless. 2 minutes later, the door was kicked open, and Carl, with veins all over his neck, rushed in, his eyes red. Jirine contacted me, she knows my location, and sent Gordon to take Sky away. Don't panic, Mr. Johnson, Sky will be fine. If a fight really breaks out, with so many Inhumans in the afterlife, probably none of them can be her match. Lao Wang turned around, and looked at Fitz. How about it, can you track her? That place is quite weird. Of course, it may also be interfered with by something. We are unable to track Sky's subcutaneous implanted communicator for the time being. Give me some time. Fitz answered while looking at the computer. It's not weird, it's that there is no signal at all. Cole was so anxious that his eyes were blazing. The afterlife is in the mountains. I don't know which mountain it is. There is no mobile phone signal, and the people there don't communicate with the outside world at all. The only way to communicate is Gordon. This can also be solved. Fitz said, as long as you are still on Earth, there is satellite coverage, and you can use communication satellites to receive signals. Well, Sky is not here. I can't hack the communication satellites of various countries, but I can ask Mr. Stark for help. Then as soon as possible. Lao Wang narrowed his eyes slightly. Afterlife, Inhumans, Hive, Moon, Black Bolt, Medusa. The Inhumans are a place where people with special abilities are abundant. Every awakened Inhuman has some kind of ability, all kinds of strange. Maybe some abilities are useless, maybe some abilities are enough to compete with the Hulk and Thor. For example, Black Bolt. This line must be grasped. Start from the afterlife. Chapter 155, Afterlife, Part 1. So you want me to help you hack into the global communication satellite and find a specific signal? After receiving Lao Wang's call, Tony shrugged. I have to modify the Quinjet, study virtual technology, and develop the Mark 7. How can I have so much time? Why do you ask me for such a small thing that a high school student can do? By the way, don't you have a high school dropout next to you? Her skills are pretty good. Sky is missing. Ignoring Tony's daily pretense, Lao Wang said coldly, what I asked you to find is the signal from her communicator. Okay, give me 10 minutes. Tony didn't hang up the phone, and his voice increased by 20 decibels. Jarvis, did you hear it? Leave it to you. Sir, it will take about an hour. The voice of the smart butler sounded. Wang, did you hear everything? Tony's voice was lazy and weak. After finding it, Jarvis will contact you directly. By the way, don't hang up. There is one more thing. Tell me. It's like this. Tony was a little embarrassed. Wang, do you think it's too late for me to start learning Kung Fu now? Lao Wang was stunned. I finally traveled to your universe. Am I here to promote Kung Fu? Dude, you are wrong. I'm here to invade. Don't you have an iron suit? Why do you need to learn Kung Fu? Lao Wang was puzzled. With your qualifications, if you want to practice to the level of being able to fight Mark 6, it will take about 1,000 years. Hearing the previous sentence, Tony was even more embarrassed. After abstaining from sex for several months, he saw a female reporter at the press conference yesterday. She was beautiful and spoke nicely. Considering that it was not easy for a girl to do this job, he took her to the villa for an interview overnight. Unexpectedly, the other party fainted from exhaustion in the middle of the interview. He was shocked at the time. Is your body too weak, or am I too inefficient? After a checkup, he found that not only his physical fitness was much better than before, but also that aspect was effective. He did not take drugs or exercise. The only possibility was Master Wang's treatment. Is the effect of True Ki really so strong that just a little bit of residue turned the Blitzkrieg into a positional war? This made him doubt. Master Wang has probably left the level of positional warfare and turned it into a protracted war plus round robin war, and he is the one being rounded. Tony doesn't have many hobbies. Apart from science, he only likes hamburgers and women, so he naturally cares about this aspect. That's why he asked this question just now. How about this? I have essence wine here, which can strengthen your body after drinking it. I'll give you a discount. One bottle is only $9.98 million, and it starts at 10 bottles. After drinking it, I guarantee that you will cultivate True Ki and reach the peak of your life. It's too expensive. It's not easy to make money. Do you think my money is drawn with a marker? Kunlun's specialty. Buy it if you want. Bang. Too lazy to pay attention to the playboy, who was not doing his job, Lao Wang hung up the phone and looked at Carl. Mr. Johnson, don't worry, Sky will be fine, I promise. People in the next life can't hurt her, but being hurt by her is almost the same. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry. Cole was sweating profusely, and his veins were exposed, which made Lao Wang a little worried. Did he give himself an injection again? Don't kill yourself before finding your daughter, he asked quickly. You have been with Simmons these days. How are the side effects of the drug being dealt with? Drive Simmons is amazing. She improved my drug and removed the harmful ingredients. However, the drug residue in my body is still there. It may take some time to disappear. Carl explained perfunctorily, this drug cannot be used for the time being, because it does not enhance physical fitness in essence, but overdraws the body through stimulation. Every injection will increase the risk and the risk of death. But Sky said that Director Fury has asked people to produce it and inject it into some voluntary agents. He injects his, you don't want it. Looking at the blue veins on Carl's neck that are gradually disappearing, Lao Wang frowned. Is the mental impact still there? This can't be solved. Carl shook his head and said, my mental problems are not only from the drug, but also from other aspects. Lao Wang nodded and understood. His wife was dismembered alive, and he was stitched up by himself. His daughter was taken away, his wife and children were separated, and his family was broken up. This kind of pressure is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. It seems that Carl needs to vent. Then let him vent. Vent well. Mr. Johnson, get ready. Bring your scalpel, hair mustard, and sutures. I'll take you to see Sky and your wife, Ms. Jiaring, in an hour. Lao Wang sat cross-legged in meditation, closing his eyes to rest. Carl couldn't calm down at all, pacing back and forth. An hour later, the phone rang. It was a text message from Jarvis with a coordinate. So it's there. After checking the map, Lao Wang suddenly realized that it was no wonder that even S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra couldn't find it. The afterlife is indeed isolated from the world. It should be called separate world or departure from the world. It's time to go. Lao Wang picked up Whitehall, who was living a life worse than death, and opened the door. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar environment behind the door, Carl couldn't wait and rushed in first. Lao Wang followed closely. Crossing half the world, he came to a place thousands of miles away. Sky woke up, but he didn't open his eyes. After wandering alone for so many years, and then following Lao Wang, she was no longer a confused child or student. She closed her eyes and opened her mind to perceive everything around her. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the afterlife, the settlement of the Inhumans on Earth, which had existed for countless generations, hundreds and thousands of years. The blind man who suddenly brought her here was obviously the Gordon mentioned by Wang Dianzhong, an Inhuman who could teleport people and create energy fields. His mother's most capable assistant, the external liaison and guardian of the afterlife, was selected in 1983 and awakened through the Terrigen mists. He was also the one who made her dizzy, and his ability was indeed terrifying. The ability to create shock waves, coupled with the targeted training these days, allowed her to vaguely perceive everything around her and judge what they were, their size, distance, and expansion and contraction coefficients by their vibration frequency and amplitude. The strengthening of the six senses by True Ki also strengthened this ability to some extent. First, she could feel that her body was full of stainless steel needles. The weak electric current constantly stimulated her whole body, which made her feel very comfortable and even had a familiar pleasure. This feeling had only been felt on Wang before. Is this the fun of toys? The kind that Wang always wanted me to try? If they are as stimulating as these needles, it is indeed worth a try. Originally, there were some difficult to control superpowers in my body, but under the constant stimulation of the electric current, they actually became stable. Is this the mysterious acupuncture in the East? The shock suppressing arm guard made by Fitz disappeared and was placed on a table not far away. Wang was right. In the afterlife, there are indeed methods to help the chosen ones master superpowers. They are inherited and professional. The stainless steel needles are not connected to any wires, but they can emit current. Obviously, someone can manipulate the current. It is Lincoln, an alien who can control electric charges and electrons. Such a handsome ability is actually used for acupuncture. Waste. This is an oriental style house. The style is very old, but there are no shortage of modern products. Wang must like it very much. Wang said that the afterlife is isolated from the outside world, and that it cannot make phone calls or access the internet. It is located in a mountainous area, where no one knows the exact location. It is not impossible to leave here, but it is difficult, and requires crossing mountains and ridges. The micro communicator implanted under the skin is specially made by Fitz. Once there is a sudden change in long distance coordinates, it will stop running immediately until it is physically restarted. This is to prevent being discovered by Lincoln, who can manipulate electric charges. Wang's considerations are always thorough, and it is great to have him. We have to find a chance to restart it. We just need to avoid Lincoln. Actually, it doesn't matter if we don't restart it. The communicator was turned off after we got here. It must have sent a signal. Wang must have a way to find me. Take a deep breath. Don't worry. Wang said that, as long as I don't go too far, my mother will indulge me and won't harm me because she needs me and my abilities to help her realize her ambitions. I can communicate with them first, find out the specific situation here, and get more familiar with my abilities with their help. As for the rest, we'll talk about it after Wang comes. Sky went over what Lao Wang said in his mind, and made up his mind to listen to Lao Wang and deal with his mother. It's not a betrayal, it's really for his mother's good. Sky slowly opened his eyes. She looked like she knew nothing, with a confused look on her face and a wary look in her eyes. The second update is a little late. I'm very sorry. Chapter 156, Lao Wang's Meeting Gift, Part 2. Hi, you're awake, Sky. Gordon suddenly appeared. He actually spoke Chinese. It's said that the whole universe speaks English, which makes no sense. The word afterlife is originally Chinese. This place was built by the Chinese. The buildings are Chinese style. The residents are mostly yellow people, and there are relatively few blacks and whites. Here, Chinese is the official language. Whether it's Gordon or Lincoln, they are not native afterlife, but their parents have been here, and their ancestors have been here. They are descendants of the chosen ones. Their identities have made them come here from all over the world. The only city of the Inhumans, or the town. Because they are descendants of the Inhumans, because they are destined to come here, they have been required to learn Chinese since childhood. Especially Gordon. He is the only transportation method between the afterlife and the outside world in the past 20 years. He needs to deal with people from all over the world. Naturally, he knows the main languages of the world, and the 6 major languages. Although he is white, he speaks pure Chinese more fluently than some stars. Who are you? Where am I? Sky looked a little nervous and a little scared. Gordon smiled slightly. I'm Gordon. This is the afterlife, a magical place, and also your home. His tone was very gentle, and the way he looked at Sky was as if he was looking at his own sister, which made Sky feel a little relieved, thinking that it was good that he didn't have eyes. How long have I been here? Sky asked hurriedly. An hour. Lincoln suddenly came over, his face a little strange. You were sent here as soon as you arrived. I thought you would sleep for at least 2 days. Your physique is better than I thought. It's incredible. I also detected a strange energy in your body. Have you awakened to abilities? No one can awaken to abilities. Gordon interrupted. His tone was very certain. Because he had never seen it. I'm not sure. Sky shook his head slightly, and then asked, what exactly are you going to do to me? As he said that, he was about to get up. Don't move. Don't move. Lincoln quickly soothed. The current is very stable now, and it is connected to the bioelectricity in your body. If you move, it will easily go wrong. Maybe you will explode like a bomb, or burn like a match. Well, actually you can't move at all. These needles have locked your nerves. You can't move anywhere except your head, and you can't use your abilities. Damn it. Before he finished speaking, Lincoln was dumbfounded. All the stainless steel needles flew and shot into the wall. Some of them brushed past his left face, causing a burning pain. This is terrible. How did they do it? How could Sky's ability be so strong? Has she really just awakened for less than 2 months? I seem to have overacted a bit. The key is that the electric stimulation is really easy to make people excited and unable to control themselves. Lincoln, you don't understand this because you don't have a girlfriend. Sky realized that the persona she maintained was broken and decided to change it. She instantly raised her hands to Lincoln and threatened, "Tell me everything, or we will tear this place down. Don't get excited, don't get excited, we are good people, really good people," Lincoln said while backing away. "Come on, put your hands down, if we fight, the whole house will be destroyed. Building a house is very troublesome, we don't have machinery, it's all manpower." Of course, Sky can't just let go. The first persona collapsed, and the second one can't collapse. "I brought you here to help you become yourself." Suddenly a gentle voice sounded. The one who pushed the door open was a beautiful woman with a strange face. Her exposed face was covered with inconspicuous cracks. Yes, cracks instead of scars. It looked like broken glass pieced together again. Torn Barbie dolls stitched together again. Beautiful and weird. Beautiful and terrifying. "Who are you?" Sky's heartbeat accelerated, and she asked knowingly. "She is the leader of the aliens, the witness of history, and the leader of the afterlife, Lao Wang." Gordon's face showed admiration and respect. "She is also your mother." Mother? What a familiar yet unfamiliar word. Sky was in a trance. She had been adopted several times, and had several mothers, but the results were not good. Now there is another one, and it is the original one. Looking at the scars on Jairang's face, Sky remembered what Lao Wang and Carl said. Those scars are witnesses of pain, and those pains are 10 times more than childbirth. It is really not easy to be a mother. Thinking of this, Sky's eyes were red, and she stuttered. You are really my mother?" "Of course." Jairang came over and stroked Sky's cheek and said softly, "After you were stolen, I have been looking for you, and now I finally found you. Our family is finally reunited. This is great." "Yes, a family," Sky murmured. "Mother, father, and Wang." Jairang was still very happy at first, although the desire for revenge fermented in her heart and even made her want to drag the entire inhuman race into the water, because without the help of the Inhumans, she would definitely not be able to take revenge on Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. by herself, and it would be almost like seeking death. But her daughter is still very important, and there is still family affection, and it is not a time to choose between the two, and it is impossible to tell which is more important. So she is of course very happy to see that Sky also cares about her. She has just seen some of Sky's abilities, which are stronger than anyone in the history of the Inhumans, the history she knows. Although she originally planned to take revenge on Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., there were not many Inhumans she could win over. After all, those Inhumans had no grudges against Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., and they would not be willing to follow her. But her daughter will definitely help her, right? However, when she heard the names mentioned by Sky, her smile froze instantly. The father's induction fermented from love to family affection, because of the appearance of the child, but also because of the disappearance of the child, from family affection to ruthlessness. Jairang knew that the relationship between her and Cole was a little subtle. They both loved Sky and had each other in their hearts, but they were different after all. She even knew that Cole wanted Sky to follow him rather than herself, so as soon as she got the news, she asked Gordon to take Sky over. But now it seems that her daughter seems to get along well with Carl. No, they must be separated. On the contrary, the last name made her agree with it and felt it was not bad. The surname is Wang, and he is also Chinese, which is good. Chinese people are really good. It seems that you already have someone you like. Jairang certainly would not show this in front of her daughter. She had a motherly smile on her face. Take me to meet him when you have time. The one you like must be extraordinary. Before she finished speaking, she saw Sky's eyes light up. Now, Jairang was slightly stunned. Her daughter is really impatient. Could something have happened with that Wang? This is a bad thing about living in the United States. Unlike us in China, our family was strict at that time. We couldn't even go to private schools. Women were not virtuous if they had no talent, and they were not allowed to flirt with men. It took hundreds of years for things to get better. Just as she was thinking, she saw Gordon suddenly disappear. What happened? Gordon's ability is very special, allowing him to sense very weak energy fluctuations and spatial changes. Could it be that? Just as this thought came to mind, Gordon reappeared. Gyrating, an enemy has entered. Gordon's face changed again, and he disappeared in an instant, before he finished speaking. The next moment, a crimson ribbon flew in from the window, stopped in front of Sky, brushed her face flatteringly, and broke out of the door. What is this? What happened? Is that ribbon chasing Gordon? It seems to have consciousness. Bang! The door was knocked open, and Carl, who was disheveled, rushed in. Sky, my daughter. As soon as he saw Sky, his face was filled with smiles, and he opened his arms, and was about to walk towards Sky. Suddenly, a figure blocked him. You are not welcome here. Lincoln had a cold face, and his raised right hand was shining with electricity. You shouldn't come. Carl, how did you get here? Gyraing's focus was different from Lincoln's. In the entire afterlife, only he, several elders and Gordon knew the exact location, and only Gordon could bring people over. Now Carl's sudden appearance means that the location of the afterlife has been exposed. This is too dangerous, too scary. It's not important at all. Carl rubbed his hands and said happily, Gyraing, our family of 3 is finally reunited, so great. By the way, I also brought you a gift. You will definitely like it. What gift? Gyraing glanced at Carl's suitcase, which must contain medical tools such as scalpels and suture needles, or killing tools. Of course, there are also the most important and dangerous drugs. It's just a little thing, not a respect. A voice sounded, and a slightly fat young man appeared like a gust of wind, holding a dead fish-like person in his hand. Hello, Ms. Gyraing, you can call me Lao Wang. He threw Whitehall in front of Gyraing. Chapter 157 Lingchi, Payback tenfold. The situation changed so quickly that no one could react. Whitehall had been thrown in front of Gyraing. She wanted to question Carl, but when she saw Whitehall, Gyraing couldn't move her eyes away and trembled all over. She was a classical beauty who had lived for a long time, from the feudal society to the present. She had been called a fox spirit more than once. Her face was indeed as beautiful as a fox, but that was in the past. Whitehall ruined her and everything. When she was first caught by Whitehall, in order to keep the secrets of the afterlife and the Inhumans, she said nothing, and didn't even use her superpowers. Although her superpowers could absorb the vitality of others, they required physical contact and time, and she was too late. Later, she was rescued and monitored by SHIELD, but she also didn't use her superpowers, and kept it secret, until she found an opportunity to escape, and return to the afterlife, to continue to serve as a guide, to help the chosen ones adapt and grow. Because the number of obelisks is limited, there will only be one chosen every few years, and her work is not heavy. Like most other Inhumans, she spent most of her time living outside, in Hunan, China, her hometown. Later, she was captured for the second time, dismembered, and her internal organs were taken out. They were transplanted into Whitehall's own body. Part of the power attached to the internal organs made Whitehall rejuvenate and restore her youth. Whitehall thought she was useless and threw her away like garbage. Later, she was collected by Carl, stitched up, and revived by absorbing the vitality of many people. Everything has changed. People have changed, and hearts have changed. She left her husband and returned to the afterlife, just wanting to use the power of the Inhumans for revenge. Unexpectedly, Whitehall appeared in front of her. The young man who called himself Lao Wang should be the one that Sky said. Not only is he good looking and slightly fat, he is the type she likes. He has a correct attitude, speaks in a gentle voice, has the demeanor of a classical scholar, and has a temperament similar to that of an old Taoist priest, pure and natural, harmonious with nature, and very attractive. Most importantly, Lao Wang is very sensible, and brought her the most important gift, Whitehall. This instantly made her full of good feelings for this person. Well, very good, as long as you are good to Sky. Gyraing nodded secretly in her heart. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, and became happier and happier. Of course, now is not the time to chat about family matters. We have to resolve the decades of grievances first, and Gordon hasn't come back yet. Lao Wang, that silk ribbon. Gyraing asked, She is a vixen who has lived for hundreds of years. She is not stupid. Lao Wang and Carl are the foreign enemies that Gordon mentioned. Carl doesn't have the ability to make Gordon so nervous. It is obviously Lao Wang. Lao Wang is not simple. The little guy's playful. It's mainly because Gordon took action first, so there was a misunderstanding. Don't worry, I'll let it come back soon. Lao Wang pretended to call out Lao Hong, come back, but in fact he just let go of his spirit, sensed the location of the crimson magic belt, and then ordered it to come back quickly. A fake is a fake, and it has no ability to teleport or teleport. Gordon had teleported to an unknown corner of the earth a long time ago. No matter how fast it is, it can't catch up. In fact, he has sneaked into the women's bathhouse, disguised as a bath towel, and served the ladies. Occasionally take advantage of it. Although the magic belt is not a real life form or soul body, it is also spiritual and has personality, and its personality does not seem to be very decent. The key is that there is a problem with aesthetics. There are obviously beautiful and good looking ones. Why do you have to pick the fat and ugly ones? Lao Hong, what do you think? The magic belt flew back in an instant and wrapped around Lao Wang's waist, as always trying to please him, hoping that Lao Wang could give it a little more essence, which would make it stronger. Lao Wang touched it, and it seemed to be a little wet. It's amazing. Jirang sighed and suddenly asked, Lao Wang, are you from Kamataj? The afterlife is located in the Himalayas, very close to Kamataj. There are records about mages in ancient documents. As a living fossil of the Inhumans, Jirang has even seen a certain mage, and knows that mages have magic tools. A month ago, I was invited by the Supreme Sorcerer to visit Kamataj. I gave her a book of dark gods, and she gave me this magic belt as a return gift. Lao Wang said lightly, a little embarrassed, you misunderstood. Although I have magic tools and can cast spells, I'm not a magician. I'm learning Kung Fu. Kung Fu Master of Kunlun. Jirang looked Lao Wang up and down, her eyes brightened. The special energy in sky is key. Did you teach her? Lao Wang smiled warmly, yes. Jirang stared at Lao Wang, and the more she looked, the more satisfied she was. He is on good terms with the Supreme Sorcerer, a master of Kunlun, with a deep background, strong strength, good personality, and good looks. It is hard to find such a son-in-law. While talking, Gordon came back. Seeing Lao Wang, Gordon immediately shouted, Jirang, he, not an enemy. Jirang smiled and said, Gordon, bring Whitehall with me. Gordon was stunned. At that time, he sensed the fluctuation of space, teleported over and saw Carl coming out of the portal. He immediately realized that something was wrong, and was about to capture Carl and torture him. Unexpectedly, a crimson ribbon flew out of the portal, and there was a power that frightened him. He ran away immediately, and didn't know what happened afterwards. Unexpectedly, the visitor actually sent Whitehall. Looking at the crimson ribbon wrapped around his waist, and then at the owner of the ribbon, Gordon sensed a frightening power from the smiling little fat man. It turned out to be him, the legendary immortal Iron Fist. Jirang spoke, and Gordon hurriedly did as he was told. Lao Wang, you are a guest from afar. You should rest here first. Lincoln will accompany you. Jirang smiled and said, I have something else to do. Let's have dinner together later. You are busy. Lao Wang said hurriedly. I think you need me, dear. Carl hurriedly followed him, gesturing and saying, everything he did to you, I will repay tenfold. Jirang hesitated and nodded reluctantly. That's right. Killing Whitehall directly would be too easy for him. He must be tortured with the most cruel means, to relieve the hatred in his heart, such as Lingqi. The three of them left quickly, and Whitehall, who had long since become a man, did not react at all. He had long been numb to all this. Although he may have heard of Lingqi, he could never imagine how painful it was. Only the most outstanding executioner could perform the real Lingqi, and as a skilled killing doctor, Cole was the most suitable candidate. I hope to resolve the hatred in their hearts. Sky was a little worried. No matter how cruel it was what Whitehall deserved. She was just worried that things would get worse. It won't get worse, and there is still a last resort. Lao Wang touched Sky's face. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Seeing this scene, Lincoln's face was not very good. He liked this girl who had only known him for an hour, just like Gordon liked Jia Rang. Now it seems that he has no hope. It hasn't even started yet, and it's over? So sad. Chapter 158 What's yours and what's mine? Everything is mine. Part 2. Lingqi is one of the most terrible tortures, and it takes a long time. With Lao Wang's true key protecting his internal organs, Whitehall will never die before the end of Lingqi. No one can bear this kind of pain, which is 10 times or 100 times more painful than Guangong's scraping of bones to treat poison, because Cowl's medicine box contains injections that amplify nerve perception, amplifying all sensations 100 times. After one injection, even if he is bitten by a mosquito, he will be in excruciating pain, and various other medicines prevent him from falling into a long coma. As long as he is in a coma, he will be awakened and continue to suffer the level of hell on earth. This is of course an inhumane practice, so that even Sky, who hates Whitehall, is a little pale, but Jia Rang and Carl are very calm and crazy. All the pain they have experienced must be inflicted on Whitehall. This is a reckoning from the victims. It's a rare trip, so Lao Wang and Sky walked around and took it as a way to relax. The afterlife is in China. This is the first time he has come to the place closest to him since he traveled to this world. It is particularly intimate. Everything has a sense of familiarity from another world. He thought that he should go to the mainland when he has time. Look at the familiar Yunlong Lake and Yunlong Mountain, eat the familiar braised pork and earthen pot chicken, and truly enjoy the fun of life. Lincoln followed silently behind, feeling unhappy. Spreading dog food is already hateful, and this is in person, and because of Jia Rang's order, he can't leave, and must monitor at any time. This dog food has to be eaten, which is so uncomfortable. Although most of the people in the afterlife come from the outside world, they have always kept the secret. Although some people know where the afterlife is, no human has ever come here except Carl. This is a pure land of the aliens. For Lao Wang, these people are wary and hostile, worried that the secrets of the afterlife will be leaked and cause unnecessary trouble. As the leader of the afterlife, Jia Rang must consider the thoughts of others, especially when she wants to use the power of the aliens to deal with SHIELD and Hydra. It was not until the night fell that Jia Rang and Carl reappeared. There were more smiles on their faces, but they were not happy. Obviously, the result was not ideal. Whitehall was dead, but the pain he caused to the two people was still there and could not be healed. Lao Wang and Sky felt the emotions of the two people from their heartbeats, breathing and other aspects. They looked at each other and knew that there was no other choice but to use the last method. After dinner, Lao Wang nodded to Sky and then looked at Carl. Mr. Johnson, can you make a decision now about the suggestion I mentioned to you before? For Sky and for yourselves. Cole was silent for a moment and sighed. You are right. This is the best way. What way? Jia Rang realized that something was wrong. Memory is the most precious thing in the world, but some memory should be forgotten. Otherwise we will never be able to walk out of that shadow and start a new life. Carl looked at Jia Rang. His voice was tender and gentle. I know it's hard to forget, and I can't forget it either, but Zhao Wang has a way. For our daughter, please forget with me. No, this won't work. Absolutely not. Jia Rang stood up and shouted, Gordon. In a flash, Gordon had come to Jia Rang's side, grabbed her arm, and wanted to take her away. Suddenly, the crimson magic belt entangled Jia Rang and tied her up. The crimson magic belt itself has a strong magic power, which not only entangles the body, but also the soul. Since it entangled Jia Rang, no one can take her away, not even Gordon. Lao Wang drew a circle, and an orange portal appeared. Let's go. Sky and Carl entered the portal first. Lao Wang gently pulled Jia Rang, and she flew into the portal. Don't think about escaping. Lincoln was angry, pointed his hands at Lao Wang, and shouted, and a dazzling electric current shot out, forming a thick electric column. Lincoln tried his best, because of his anger. He was definitely one of the most powerful aliens in the next 100 years in the afterlife, in terms of combat. But he was easily blocked by the golden bell. Electric current sparked outside the golden gas shield. No matter how hard Lincoln tried, he couldn't break through. Another sapphire lightning struck, and Lincoln fell straight to the ground with anger, with disbelief in his eyes. This fat guy named Wang can also manipulate electric charges, and is stronger than himself. Gordon moved instantly, and tried to pass through the portal. But Lao Wang had guessed his move long ago. He didn't even look at him, but sensed the energy fluctuations and changes in space. Suddenly, he punched Gordon, and sent him flying backwards. He took a step back, and the portal closed. Back to the laboratory. Azeroth, I need a spell to block space, such as a small teleportation blockade barrier, that can cover a room. Lao Wang said quickly. Antonidus version, legendary quality, used in the Second Orc War, comes with all the materials for building the barrier, reusable, rechargeable, 100 milligrams of blood. As soon as the voice fell, 6 runestones appeared, and a series of spell lights intertwined to form a standard hexagram array. 6 fist-sized arcane crystals floated in the air, slowly rotating around the center. The arcane energy formed incomprehensible complex runes, covering this area, and also changing this area. Lao Wang instantly sensed a sense of spatial stagnation. The teleportation blockade barrier, the suppression system among the 9 systems of magic, requires at least a high-level wizard to learn and set up. The legendary archmage Antonidus is an absolute authority in this area. The famous violet barrier was designed by him, covering the entire magic city Dalaran, and even legendary creatures find it difficult to break through. If it can be moved here, it may be stronger than Wakanda's vibranium defense system. Lao Wang has been to Dalaran many times, and has seen the teleportation blockade barrier that covers the entire city, which is part of the violet barrier. Compared with that, this one can be almost ignored. But the effect is the same. Just after the barrier was completed, a bang was heard, and a person appeared outside the barrier, with a bruised face, and a bloody head. Gordon. He still came, but he couldn't teleport into this room. In addition to teleportation, his own strength is not strong, even inferior to the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang, hand over Jiraiya. Gordon's face was full of anger. Otherwise you will bear the wrath of the entire inhuman race. The entire inhuman race? Is it amazing? Facing Gordon's angry eyes, Lao Wang chuckled. There are only 5 obelisks in the afterlife. Although they can be reused repeatedly, by using a special method, the Terrigen mist inside is limited, and it is impossible to awaken all the inhumans. There will only be one chosen person every few years, and it is not certain that he can awaken his superpowers. It is possible to fail. Except for a very few people, the lifespan of the inhumans is at most slightly longer than that of ordinary people, more than 100 years, or even less than 100 years. In 100 years, there are only about 20 people who are selected. Excluding the failures, there are actually only a dozen inhumans with special abilities in the afterlife. After most people awaken their abilities, although they keep in touch with the afterlife, they have actually left and returned to their original lives. Excluding the elderly and the weak, except for a few people in the Council of Elders, there are only a few who can use their abilities. Maybe you can count them on one hand. Lincoln is already the strongest one among them. The others are weaker, and their physical fitness is no different from that of ordinary people. One bullet can still solve the problem. What's there to be afraid of? Even if all of them come, what's the problem? The Daredevil trio is enough. Lao Wang is not interested in hurting Gordon. After all, the afterlife belongs to Jiraiya, and that is his own. The people in the afterlife are all his own people. Just teach him a lesson. Don't go too far. Hong, I'll leave it to you. The Crimson Demon Belt rubbed Lao Wang's belly excitedly, and then quickly disappeared. In the continuous spatial fluctuations, the Crimson Magic Belt and Gordon began a doomed pursuit. One could never catch up, and the other dared not stop. In the laboratory, something more important was about to begin. Fitz, help Mr. Johnson and Ms. Jiraiya modify their memories immediately. Lao Wang calmly ordered, remove those painful memories, so that they only have good memories in their hearts. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 159, Happiness Comes Too Suddenly, Part 1. The equipment is ready, and the 5 fingers of the hand are still lying in the coffin-like life support cabin, enjoying the fun of the high-tech version of mind reading. Although the brain can be mapped with a helmet, the memory of these 5 people is too large, and it takes too long. If there is no life support cabin, what should we do if the brain starves to death before it is mapped? Kung Fu masters cannot go without food for 10 days or half a month. The most important thing is that these people are not weak, and they will resist if they wear helmets. They can only sleep in the life support cabin and rely on various props to keep a rare quiet. Carl is less than 50 years old, and his memory is not as good as Whitehall and Winter Soldier. He can get it done in half a day, just wearing a helmet. Jiarang may be more than 500 years old, a calf eating old grass. Even if her memory is not as good as 5 fingers, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Of course, she needs VIP treatment. Because of her ability to absorb life, no one dares to touch her skin, so Lao Wang can only put her in the life support cabin himself. Begin mapping. Fitz pressed the start button and looked at the estimated time on the screen. He was shocked. Surprisingly, it's even bigger than Mrs. Gayo's memory. Could she have lived for 2000 years? Looking at Carl again, Fitz felt that he couldn't understand it at all. Is it really okay to have such a big age difference? What's wrong with this world? This is normal. Lao Wang was very calm. Youth and memory are two different things. Because he has a close relationship with a large number of old monsters who have lived for thousands or tens of thousands of years, Lao Wang has some understanding of the immortal species. He knows that with the increase of age, the memory is not actually linear. The growth rate will gradually decline because many memories are repeated, and only valuable information will be remembered. Those repeated invalid information will be automatically filtered and forgotten to make room for other memories. The 5 fingers of the hand have lived for thousands of years, and have long been accustomed to everything in the world. The increase in memory is not much, and each of them has died and resurrected dozens of times, with a gap between each time, and sometimes they lie dead for several years or even decades before being resurrected. In fact, the memory is not as much as that of 1,000 years. Jiarang was a young girl in front of them, but she had only died once, and her memory was more than 5 fingers. It will take about 2 weeks. You know that memory is complicated, and brain mapping must be completed before the memory can be modified. Fitz looked at Gordon, who was constantly flashing outside, and the crimson magic belt that was constantly shuttling back and forth, and said with difficulty, "There is no food reserve in the laboratory, and there are not enough beds. I really don't know about this." Lao Wang looked at Fitz. His face was a little strange. "Not to mention that you are a scientist, how could you think of eating and sleeping first? The key is, don't you have me here? Why worry about food and drink?" More importantly, Gordon's physical fitness is no different from that of ordinary people. He also needs to eat and sleep. Why are you afraid? Gordon has little red to hold him back, so don't worry. There are only a few people with superpowers in the afterlife. Even if they all come, don't be afraid. Matt, Stick and Erica will deal with them. Lao Wang knocked on the life support cabin. It's a good time to concentrate on scientific research. Sky, there's no need to worry about this. Go study virtual technology and use it as a diversion. Yeah. Sky also knew that just watching like this was not a solution. The more he watched, the more worried he became. And his father will wake up soon. With him watching, there's nothing to worry about. Fitz, the main research direction in the future will be quantum brain and new materials. Lao Wang asked, is the quantum brain difficult? How long will it take to complete it? I don't know. Fitz decided to tell the truth. Brain mapping and memory uploading are actually being studied by SHIELD. They can only be considered cutting-edge technology. We can only be 20 years ahead of the world at most. Framework is the future of virtual technology. It's very difficult and 50 years ahead of the world. But quantum brain, to be honest, no one is studying it now. No one even knows how to study it. There's just a concept. Fitz was very troubled and had a headache. Some scientists believe that human consciousness is actually a quantum state. Of course, only some people think so. Most people are skeptical and do not think that quantum consciousness is science because there is no way to study it. It can only be regarded as a construction that cannot be verified. Now the boss actually asked to study the quantum brain, a pure quantum brain. This is too advanced. If he had not read the relevant knowledge in the Dark God book, he would have thought that the boss was crazy. Even with his level, he can only understand 1/10 of that knowledge. Lucy and others are completely in the dark. How to study this? Let alone 1 month or 1 year. Even if you give yourself 10 years or 100 years, you can't guarantee that you can study it. This is not something humans can do. Human potential is unlimited, and human wisdom is also unlimited. Don't underestimate yourself, Fitz. Lao Wang gave Fitz a bowl of chicken soup for the soul, and then said, "Don't worry, I will help you find an expert in this field, a real top scientist." You said the same thing to Simmons. It's been 2 months, where is the person? Fitz nodded heavily. "Boss, I believe you." After a pause, he asked tentatively, "That new material? You haven't mentioned this before." Now there is nothing on hand, except a little bit of secondary adamantium alloy left. Adamantium alloy can only be tested, and there is no way to slice it. What do you want me to study? Graphene or nanocomposite materials? It's not what you think. Lao Wang said, "It's a new element that you have never seen before, the kind that doesn't exist on Earth. For example, vibranium." Fitz's eyes lit up. "I heard it was brought by meteorites from outer space, and it has the property of absorbing energy. You need to study this." Lao Wang spent 0.1 grams of Azeroth's blood to exchange a large amount of precious materials unique to World of Warcraft at one time, adding up to 1 ton, colorful, and with a strong elemental scent. "What are these?" Fitz searched his memory and found that none of them matched. The silvery white one is mithril. The silvery blue one is adamantium. The 2 pieces over there are true silver and thorium. The one that looks more like your director is black iron. These are more expensive. They are arcanite, enchanted elementium ingot, and saffron iron, and their value is about the same as vibranium. Don't lose them. This is krypton gold, and this is eternal gold. And this is an elemental flux, which can help melt the above metals. Maybe you will need it. These are physical element. They are eternal earth, eternal fire, eternal water, eternal air, eternal life, eternal shadow. These are worse. They are primal element and elemental essence. These are. Lao Wang talked about a lot of materials, more than 100 kinds, which made Fitz dizzy. "Boss, either you are an alien, or you are sick, mentally ill. Take your time to study. These things are classified as top secret, especially the eternal element and source ingots, saffron iron, krypton gold, and elemental flux. Only a few of you can study them, and the newly recruited people must not touch them." Lao Wang said, "I won't put pressure on you, just don't be idle. Tell Sky if you need any equipment, and spend the money as you like." Fitz. The biggest worry of other scientists every day is that they don't have research topics, and even if they do, they can't apply for funding. I'm different. I have too many research topics, hundreds of them at a time, and I can use the funds as I like. For the first time, Fitz knew what it meant to be so happy that I was worried. Take a deep breath, and take a breath. Let the huge amount of topics drown me. Lao Wang turned and left, and soon came to the biochemistry laboratory. Chapter 160, Holding on to the Future of Humanity, Part 2. "Boss, Mr. Johnson's medicine has a very special formula. I think it can help us restore Dr. Erkins's formula." Seeing Lao Wang coming, Simmons' face flushed with excitement. Her little fists clenched, and her big eyes flickered. "I think I'm one step closer to the truth. Congratulations, Simmons." Lao Wang smiled and praised. "I decided to give you a big reward." "Ah, these are what I should do. Scientific research achievements are the biggest reward for me. Of course, it would be even better if I could win the Nobel Prize. That is my biggest dream." Simmons asked, "Boss, what reward are you going to give me?" "A reward worth billions of dollars." Lao Wang waved his hand, and almost a ton of plants filled half of the laboratory. Looking at the flowers and plants in front of her, and smelling the strange smell, Simmons was stunned. "Boss, are you going to change your career to the flower and bird market? Where are the birds?" She looked around, but she really didn't see any birds, let alone big birds, even small birds. "This is silverleaf grass. This is tranquilizing flower. This is demon king grass and ground root grass. This is Kaja's beard, Arthur's tears and Grom's blood. This is the king's wrathful hair. I named it. If you eat it raw, the hair on your body will grow rapidly, and it can grow to about 1 meter long. It can be made into a potion to cure baldness, and the effect is better than any hair growth agent on the market. This is grave moss, sad moss, and dreamleaf grass. This is. Lao Wang introduced hundreds of special herbs in World of Warcraft, and then said with some surprise, "You want birds? Well, I have many kinds of birds here, big and small, but not alive, only dead." He waved his hand again, and dozens of bird corpses filled the other half of the laboratory. This is an owl beast. You can call it Coo or Big Mo. It's cute, isn't it? In fact, it's very fierce when it's alive, and it's quiet when it dies. This is a white chocobo. You can call it white chicken. It's not easy to ride. This is a crow, a descendant of Anzu, the god of crows, and it's very fast. This is a blazing firehawk, a descendant of Rukma, the god of the sun, and it has elemental fire and solar fire. This is. After introducing them one by one, Lao Wang said, "Study them slowly. These plants or animals are very special, and may be helpful to your research on Super Soldier Serum. I hope that the Super Soldier Serum you research will surpass Dr. Erkin's version in all aspects." Captain America? Too weak. The only ones who dare to say that Captain America is weak are Mr. Stark and the boss. Simmons didn't know what to say. Where did so many plants and animals that she had never seen before come from? Could it be the legendary Kunlun? She squatted down and touched the owl beast and found that it seemed to have been dead for a long time, and the body was stiff and cold, which made her a little disappointed. For scientific research, the fresher the corpse, the better. She wanted a soft bird rather than a hard one. First solve Carl's problem, the physical one. Lao Wang said. Simmons said mentally, he can solve it directly by modifying his memory, but he can only rely on himself for the physical one. This is not difficult, it is easy to solve. It is really difficult to study these inexplicable plants and animals. Hundreds of plants and dozens of birds. Even the most basic research is estimated to take several months or even a year, not to mention detailed testing and analysis. Maybe it will take a lifetime to study. So let's do it for a lifetime. Simmons clenched his fist to cheer himself up, full of energy. If it's not enough, tell me, I'll get you a few thousand more. Lao Wang added, a little regretful. This room is still too small, and it can't fit in just a little bit, less than 1% of the unique creatures of Azeroth, and it doesn't include those more famous and powerful creatures. Of course, there is no need to bring all of them, just exchange them when needed. Simmons. I thought that was all, but I didn't expect there was more. She was like a deflated ball. She was filled with despair when she thought about the thousands of plants and animals that would be waiting for her to study. Boss, when will the scientist you mentioned arrive? By the way, this should be more effective. Lao Wang thought about it, exchanged for a red dragon corpse, and threw it in front of Simmons. The red dragon is the dragon of life, and has a strong physique. Lao Wang knows this very well. Since it represents life, its blood and tissue cells should be of great scientific research value, and must be useful for the Super Soldier Serum, that mainly improves physical fitness. Is this a dragon? Simmons swallowed unconsciously. It was an Eastern dragon before, and now it is a Western dragon. Boss, shouldn't Kunlun be Eastern? How come there are even Western dragons? Combining Chinese and Western medicine, the effect is good. Lao Wang knocked on the red dragon, the dragon bone of the immortal dragon and the tissue and blood of the red dragon. The combination of two legendary creatures should be able to elevate the Super Soldier Serum to a new level. Simmons, you can consider developing different versions of the Super Soldier Serum, which will have different abilities after use. The Celestials created the Eternals and Mutants, and the Kree created the Inhumans. They are all strengthening the human body in the direction of human evolution. It's just that the Eternals are more stable, while the mutants and Inhumans are not stable enough, but it is also because of instability that there are more possibilities. The Super Soldier Serum is undoubtedly also a study on the strengthening of the human body, which shortens the time required for evolution. The gap between humans and those famous races in the universe, such as the Kree and the Asgardians, should not be too big. That is a gap of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands or millions of years. Perhaps it can be shortened by scientific methods. This small laboratory and this young scientist represent the future of mankind. This future is in their own hands. Simmons. Boss, either you are crazy, or I'm crazy. Keep working hard, you can do it. Lao Wang was talking without any pain in his waist, and he had high hopes for Simmons. He had to have high hopes. The species of plants and animals in World of Warcraft were obviously much more numerous than Metal Element, and they were also much more precious. Although he only exchanged more than 100 kinds, and only exchanged one of each kind, he still spent nearly 5 grams of Azeroth's blood, worth $50 billion US, 50 times that of Fitz. The dragon carcass alone cost nearly 1 gram of Azeroth's blood. Meat is indeed much more expensive than bone. With such a high investment, if there is no return at all, it would be a big loss. After explaining everything, Lao Wang returned to the physical engineering laboratory and looked at Carl in person. 7 hours later, Carl's brain mapping was completed, and then the more troublesome memory modification came. Because it was a technical job, it took longer. Winter Soldier only needed to modify a little bit of memory to make him feel good about Lao Wang, which was very simple, but Carl needed to modify 20 years of memory and eliminate all mental hidden dangers, which was more difficult. 20 years of memory, even if it is only part of it, may take an extremely long time, which gives Fitz a headache. Or Lao Wang has a way, telling Fitz to directly delete most of the painful memories and pretend to be asleep. Although the brain consciousness is still active, there is no impression, right? The workload is instantly reduced by 99%. The next afternoon, Lao Wang was drinking tea and suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the virtual helmet, Carl opened his eyes. There will be updates after 12 o'clock, and this month's monthly tickets will be added. Thanks to speeding cargo over for the 3000 reward. Chapter 161, Taking My Mother-in-Law as My Apprentice, monthly ticket plus more. Carl opened his eyes, looked around carefully, and soon understood everything. Because his daughter Sky disappeared unexpectedly when she was a child, he and his wife Jia had a falling out. He kept looking for her everywhere, and his wife returned to the afterlife and asked Gordon, who could teleport, for help. Perhaps it was due to overstimulation. Both of them had some problems with their mental state. They slept much longer than others, and occasionally suffered from amnesia. It was a rare and difficult disease in the world, and even Doctors Without Borders himself couldn't figure it out. I had never heard of it. 20 years passed in a flash, and with the help of Lao Wang, Sky was finally found. The family of 3 reunited, and after Lao Wang learned about the specific situation, he arranged for Fitz to help them with treatment. Fitz was amazing that he could cure such a rare and difficult disease, and Lao Wang, who cultivated Fitz, was even more amazing. He was worthy of being the man his daughter liked. I don't know why, although they didn't spend much time together, he had a very good impression of Lao Wang. He felt that this man was capable, handsome, rich, powerful, well-connected, and steady and generous. He exuded a very comfortable aura, and was cute and adorable, and was deeply loved by the majority of middle-aged and elderly people. Reliable. Leave your daughter to him, don't worry. But Cole was also a little worried. A man like Lao Wang is destined to not have only one woman around him. My daughter, I'm very worried. It seems that I have to discuss it with my wife and unite to help my daughter snatch a man. Even if I can't let my daughter become Lao Wang's only woman, at least she has to be the most important one. No matter what, I can't let my daughter down. You're awake, Mr. Johnson. Lao Wang walked over directly, helped Carl take off his helmet, and sent a stream of true energy to adjust his body functions. Then he asked, how do you feel? Well, it's okay. Dr. Fitz's instrument treatment is very effective. Carl's face was gentle, and the more he looked at Lao Wang, the more he liked him. He turned to look at Jia, who was still in the life support cabin, and asked hurriedly, how is she now? Ms. Jia-Rang's condition is slightly more serious than yours, but the treatment should be completed within 2 weeks. Lao Wang comforted him and said, Mr. Johnson, Sky is waiting for you in the virtual laboratory. Well, I'll go find her. Carl's daughter is more important than anything else, so he hurried to find Sky. Boss, there's something I must remind you of. Fitz gestured and organized his words. The human brain is very complicated. Although some memories have been erased and some have been modified, there will still be some residues, and discontinuous fragments will often appear in the mind. If you're lucky enough, you might be able to get your memory back. Luck. If he's lucky, there's probably no one in the world with bad luck. Lao Wang wasn't worried at all. A kind-hearted medical expert went to China to work as a doctor without borders. He finally met someone he liked, but he turned out to be an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Later, he gave birth to a daughter, but his wife was captured, dismembered, and turned into dozens of pieces. He took great pains to sew it up, and even sacrificed the lives of the entire village. His wife was resurrected, but his daughter disappeared. After searching for 20 years, he turned into a monster that could die at any time. His wife and children were separated, and his family was broken up. He finally found his daughter, but his wife had changed. She was even willing to sacrifice his daughter for revenge, and she was willing to kill her with her own hands. If he could see his attributes, it would be a blessing from God. If his luck value could reach 1 point. Okay. Fitz had done his duty, and continued to monitor Jai Rang's vital signs. Lao Wang walked in front of Jai Rang. Jai Rang needed not only mental treatment, but also physical treatment. Although he could absorb the life of others, to resurrect himself and live forever. In terms of physical fitness, he was actually not as good as Black Widow, otherwise he would not have left so many cracks. The Kree's experiment gave the Inhumans genes with unlimited potential, but to be serious, the Inhumans, like the mutants, can only be regarded as shortcuts on the road to evolution. Although it is fast enough, and can complete tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in just a few hours, problems are inevitable. Every mutant has genetic defects, and every superpower is not perfect. Black Bolt usually doesn't even dare to open his mouth, and Sky's shockwave can easily hurt himself. Jai Rang's superpowers also have defects. This is a defect. Lao Wang stretched out his hand and pressed on the life support cabin, and the rich true ki turned into green mist, which wrapped Jai Rang's body and slowly penetrated. True ki is the energy of life itself, which can not only hurt people, but also save people. Compared with true ki, Jai Rang's superpowers are not worth mentioning. As the mist seeped in, the cracks on Jai Rang's face healed at a speed visible to the naked eye and slowly disappeared. Not only the face, every skin, muscle, and even the internal organs on the body, all the wounds and hidden diseases disappeared quickly under Lao Wang's treatment. Now she is healthier than an 18-year-old girl. Every inch of skin is fragile, and every cell is full of vitality. She has returned to the peak of her appearance, and she is indeed stunningly beautiful, a veritable vixen. The main reason why Sky is not considered a high-scoring beauty, and can only be considered above average in appearance, is that her father is too sorry to the audience and drags her down. Under the nourishment of true ki, Jai Rang's ability has also improved to a certain extent. It's amazing. It's simply a miracle of God. Although I have known the boss's ability for a long time, this is the first time I have seen it with my own eyes. Whether it is sincere or flattering, it must be exaggerated enough. Simmons is right. The boss's body is the most perfect body in the world. It is attractive enough for any scientist, regardless of gender. I really want to put the boss on the test bench and slice it. Lao Wang stopped and nodded secretly. He can really feel Jai Rang's state. Every cell seems to be telling 2 words, hunger and thirst. Jai Rang's ability seems ordinary, with almost no combat power. It is useless except for longevity. In fact, it is because it is not used properly. She has always been in a state of hunger and thirst. Because of kindness, because of the constraints of laws and morals, and because she dares not, except for maintaining longevity and resurrection, she has never absorbed anyone's vitality. She has helped so many people develop their abilities, but she has never developed her own abilities. The price is too high. If she is willing to keep absorbing the vitality of others, then her vitality will definitely be raised to a level that no one can imagine. Maybe one day she can rival an adult red dragon, or even a red dragon queen. Jai Rang is the most suitable person in the world to be a villain. Any superpower has flaws, and if it is a flaw, it can be made up. Black Bolt cannot speak, but if it is a spiritual communication, there must be no problem, or he can directly learn sign language from the deaf mute. Sky's shockwave hurts the body, so strengthening physical fitness is the way. Jiraiya's superpower needs to absorb vitality, but vitality can be obtained not only from other creatures, but also through other means, and even if it must be absorbed from creatures, it is better not to use it against one's own people. The most suitable profession for Jiraiya seems to be a monk. True ki is the energy of life itself, which is actually vitality. Why is the most powerful monk always a panda? Because of their strong physique, because of their broad mind and fat body, because a larger and more bloated body means a stronger vitality, because they can eat, and for monks, the biggest source of true ki is refining essence into ki, which is obtained from food. Panda people are gifted. No monk can absorb vitality from the enemy, but Jiraiya can. If she is a monk, then she doesn't need to become a foodie or be bloated. She will have a constant supply of vitality and a constant supply of true ki. And under the nourishment of true ki, her physical fitness will continue to improve, and it is even possible to improve to the level of the Hulk and Thanos. Unlimited potential. Maybe I can take Jiraiya as my apprentice and encourage her to become a monk. Lao Wang touched his chin, always feeling that the relationship was so messy. After pacing back and forth and hesitating for a long time, Lao Wang finally made up his mind. In order to let Jiraiya realize her life value and social value, he can ignore other people's opinions, which is not important. Fitz, pay attention when modifying the memory, and try to improve Jiraiya's favorability towards me as much as possible. And love for Kung Fu. Fitz was stunned and thought, as much as possible? I understand. Ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket. There should be more updates this month, except at the beginning of the month. Today is April 1st. I wish everyone a happy April Fool's Day and a happy birthday to my daughter. At my wife's request, I took them out for a walk. The other 2 chapters will be updated in the evening. Chapter 162 Fury Must Die. Lao Wang didn't know what Fitz had understood, otherwise he would have scolded him on the spot and conducted a quality education on mental health. At such a young age, he was polluted by society like this. Is this okay? Since he is a scientist, his thoughts should be purer. Even if he doesn't care about the development of science and technology and human progress, he should care about food and vegetables. He should watch less educational films from the island countries and those research novels about racial reproduction in his motherland. No matter how beautiful Jiraiya is, Lao Wang will not have any improper thoughts. He has long since gotten rid of low-level interests and started to pursue higher levels. Compared with physical pleasure, he cares more about spiritual cultivation, which is due to his spiritual communication with Green Dragon Queen Isara and the Emerald Dream. And Jiraiya is not the type he likes. Too charming. The enchantress's face is like a flower with dew, and the jade tree is shining. Cough cough. Lao Wang is very pure. He really thinks Jiraiya is very suitable to be a monk, even more suitable than himself. He is kind. Although the afterlife is small and there are few aliens, it is a society after all, and there are intrigues. Jiraiya and the Council of Elders have limited power and means. If they want to unite the aliens, they need not only strong enough wrists, but also strong enough means. Jiraiya has the former, but the latter is far from enough. Lao Wang will definitely not give up the aliens. He hopes to get a powerful army of aliens, not a lonely tribe with a scattered heart. As the leader, Jiraiya must be strong enough. Lao Wang decided to help Jiraiya lay a solid foundation first, transform a large amount of vitality in her body into true ki as soon as possible, and become a kung fu master, so that she will taste the sweetness and will definitely be addicted in the future. Once she feels the powerful power and confidence brought by true ki, she will definitely not give up. Compared with Sky, even Daredevil and Stick-Su, Jiraiya's speed of practicing true ki is obviously much faster. Of course, it is mainly because Lao Wang is much richer than before, and he exchanged a large amount of eternal well water essence at all costs. A large amount of vitality filled every inch of Jiraiya's skin and every cell, reaching a saturated state, and the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, and the first ray of true ki finally appeared. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a first time, there will be countless times, and each time will be more comfortable and more pleasurable than the last time. Lao Wang took the initiative to guide and help Jirang complete 10 large Zaoshan cycles. Then he stopped and wiped the sweat. Practice makes perfect. The complete large Zaoshan cycle has been formed, and memory and inertia have been formed in repeated movements. Even without Lao Wang's help, it will run independently and continuously convert the life energy in the body into true ki. Mature true ki, of course, must learn to run on its own. Her true ki growth rate is even faster than Lao Wang's previous life. Master in 1 year, Grandmaster in 3 years, surpassing Lao Chen in 5 years, and chasing Xiao Hao in 10 years. Lao Wang touched his chin. Although it is a bit exaggerated, it is not impossible. As long as it is ruthless enough. As long as you are willing to spend a lot of money. The first step has been completed. The next step is to wait until Jirang wakes up and tastes the benefits of true ki. Naturally, she will take the initiative to come to me and can't be driven away. The Inhumans on Earth are not the Inhumans on the moon. They are just a minor problem after all. Lao Wang doesn't want to waste too much energy on this matter. He has other things to do. Because they need to be modified secretly, there is no way to work on an assembly line. The 3 Quinjets cannot be modified at the same time and can only be modified one by one. The first one has been modified long ago, focusing mainly on reconnaissance capabilities and concealment methods. It was handed over to the Winter Soldier to fly to Greenland to find Captain America. The second one is a transport plane. The modification direction naturally focuses on transportation capabilities. The internal space has been fixed for a long time and there is no way to expand it for the time being, so the main focus is on speed improvement and safety. Tony designed it himself and installed the latest engine. It uses a medium-sized arc reactor as power. Although it is not as flexible as the Mark 6, it is better in terms of speed, reaching Mach 10, even exceeding all active fighters in the world. Most missiles can't catch up, and with the visual stealth device and radar stealth coating, it is enough to avoid radar scans of all models in the world, and safety is naturally guaranteed. In Tony's words, even if this transport plane flies over the White House and throws a pile of bird shit on the president's head, it will never be discovered. It is like entering an unmanned space. And it also has the ability to fly at ultra high altitude, with a maximum flight altitude of more than 100 kilometers. The third one is the main fighter, which focuses more on combat capability. Although Stark Industries has closed its weapons department, it is actually just not selling it to the outside world. Tony himself is still designing new weapons, many of which are used in this fighter, including Jericho missiles and high-power laser weapons. The total weight of the weapon system equipped with this fighter is 3 times its own weight. The modification cost of 3 Quinjets is even higher than the cost of production. The total cost can buy several Mark 6s. Tony is sincere, of course. It may also be because he is not short of money and does not care. The more high-end the aircraft, the simpler it is to operate. Lao Wang specifically called Ludan and borrowed Melinda May to help with training. Black Sky Erica quickly learned it and was very good at it. Lao Wang expressed his gratitude for this and gave him a small copy of Whitehall's memory. He harvested Ludan's full resentment. It's about time. Lao Wang calculated the time. It has been nearly a month since Ludan got the first memory of Whitehall. During this month, Ludan has been making plans, dispatching personnel, and taking various measures. Everything is done in secret and never to alert the snake. However, both Ludan and Lao Wang know very well that the snake that needs to be alerted is definitely not Hydra. Pierce is the real master of S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter what happens, he can't escape his eyes. On the surface, it's calm, but secretly it's turbulent. S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra are working together to stir up the world. The war has not yet begun, but the outcome has long been determined. A government building. Pierce sat at his desk, listening to Situl's report, and he knew that the situation was not good. In the past month, S.H.I.E.L.D. has had many personnel changes and material deployments. Each item seems normal, and no one can see any problems, but he just feels something is wrong. This feeling comes from the intuition he has cultivated over many years of political career. Just like when science cannot explain, many scientists will turn to theology. When wisdom cannot answer, Pierce can only trust intuition. This intuition has saved his life many times. Maybe including this time. How is Whitehall? Pierce asked. This? I don't know. Sitwell wiped the cold sweat. Mr. Minister, Whitehall is in the hands of the immortal Iron Fist, in the Azeroth laboratory. You know that it is our restricted area. In just this month, we have sent 17 of the most capable agents, and none of them came back. Pierce turned the pen. What he was most worried about was Whitehall. That guy knew too many secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. and knew his true identity. If he opened his mouth, the consequences would be serious. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the inexplicable failure of the missile system that caused the missile to explode in St. Juan, Whitehall should have died long ago, and there would not be so many troubles now. Can't wait. Pierce frowned, knowing very well that Fury had already suspected him and had been investigating secretly. He didn't want to touch him before the completion of the Insight project, because the impact was too great, and it would easily lead to the abortion of the plan. But now it seems that we can't wait any longer. Give the order. Pierce ordered decisively. Within 3 hours, Fury must die. Plans can't keep up with changes. I went to Risheo with my upstairs neighbor family. I don't know what they were thinking about going at this time to celebrate my little girl's birthday, but the neighbor's brother's female netizen treated us. It was our first meeting, and my brother was worried about being cheated, so he dragged our family along. We didn't get back to the hotel until after 9 o'clock. The little girl kept pulling me, and I finally coaxed her to sleep. I'm so tired of typing on the laptop, and I've been writing until now. I can't help it. I owe one more update. I'll go back to Zushow tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, and I'll make up for it then. Chapter 163, The Final Battle with Hydra. Large chapter, 2 in 1. Hearing the boss's order, Sitwell asked hurriedly, is it just Fury? He trained a lot of secret agents, including Black Widow, Hawkeye, and Coulson. As long as Fury dies, these people will definitely have problems. Pierce glanced at him and said, Agent Sitwell, you have more and more problems recently. Sitwell was shocked. It seems that's the case. As a senior agent with little ability, Sitwell has been able to get to his current position. Of course, he knows what questions to ask and when to ask them. He reflected on himself and realized that it was a recent series of events that made him panic and not calm enough. Especially when Whitehall got into trouble, his group of people lost their smugglers, and many people began to join Pierce. This made him see an opportunity to share the boss's worries. He thought that, if he performed well, he could go further and maybe even become a smuggler. The smuggler under the boss. Now it seems that he is still a little impatient. Minister, I will make arrangements now. Sitwell left hurriedly and closed the door. After making sure Sitwell had left, Pierce turned his pen and dialed a number. Garrett, how is the situation with the St. Juan military? A steady voice came. Fury thought that the person who replaced Anton was his man, but it was actually ours. The St. Juan military is ours now, but the newly built Air Force base is not easy to infiltrate. The head of the base, Brigadier General Tarbert, is General Ross's man. He has always disliked S.H.I.E.L.D., and it is difficult for our people to get in. General Thunder is no easier to deal with than Fury, so ignore him for now. Pierce asked, have you finished troubleshooting the missile system? Finished. Garrett's tone was a little strange. No malfunction. No malfunction? Pierce was stunned. Since there was no malfunction, what happened to the missile that day? Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this. Pierce said in a deep voice, launch the missile immediately and bomb the Azeroth laboratory. It takes time to arrange, at most 3 hours. How many missiles to launch? Garrett asked. All of them. Pierce thought for a few seconds and said, send someone to the Azeroth specialty store. The one named Robbie is likely to be the Ghost Rider. Garrett said, the Ghost Rider is not easy to deal with, but his brother is easy to deal with. Pierce showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Controlling his brother is equivalent to controlling the Ghost Rider. After a moment of silence, Garrett's voice came, I will do this myself. After hanging up the phone, Pierce's face was gloomy. The current Hydra is not the original Hydra. In fact, it belongs to a loose alliance of a large group of ambitious people. Not only Sitwell has his own plans, but Garrett also has his own plans. He is dying and wants to extend his life. The immortality of the Ghost Rider is very attractive to him. It doesn't matter. No matter how powerful the Ghost Rider is, Pierce doesn't care. Compared with myths and magic, he attaches more importance to technology and trusts technology more. Thinking of this, Pierce continued to dial another number. Where is Tony Stark now? Los Angeles, Liberty City Villa. A low and magnetic voice came. Act now. Pierce ordered. Catch him and control him. I want to see those steel armors within 10 hours. You will. Long live Hydra. Long live Hydra. After doing all this, Pierce breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how powerful the immortal Iron Fist is, it is impossible to stop carpet bombing, and it is a very powerful tactical missile. Ghost Rider is said to be immortal and can control hellfire, but he has a fatal weakness, which is his younger brother Gabe, just an ordinary middle school student, and any agent can deal with him. Tony Stark has recently eliminated a lot of Al-Qaeda organizations and is called Iron Man by many people. His armor has a high technological content and a miniaturized arc reactor as an energy source, which must be obtained. Tony can't wear steel armor all the time, and as an ordinary person, he is also easy to control. As for Black Widow, Hawkeye, Coulson and others, they are all small characters, and not worth mentioning. I know all your trump cards, and all your helpers are going to be finished. What can you use to fight me, Fury? Pierce is calm and confident of victory. He never considered Fury as his opponent. The guy who was played around by him was no different from a monkey in a circus. His real opponent was the whole world. It was all the countries, politicians, ambitious people, independent warlords, and everything in this world. Pierce walked to the French window and looked at the beautiful world outside. This is a world ruled by more than 200 countries and thousands of ethnic groups. The dispersion of political power has brought various problems, restricting the development of science and technology and human progress. There are terrorist activities every day, and people commit crimes every second. There are too many problems inside the earth. Sins and internal frictions are growing like cancer cells, making the fragile earth and human society face the danger of extinction at any time. Not to mention that there are so many aliens, such as the Skrulls and Kree, who are much stronger than humans. Anyone who randomly sends out an insignificant commando can destroy the entire human civilization. If humans want to stand out among the races of the universe, they must unite and work together, so that they can achieve scientific and technological progress at a faster rate and build a stronger and better society. This requires a sufficiently powerful centralized rule and a sufficiently strong and wise ruler. Hydra is such an organization. And I, Pierce, am such a person. May the world be a better place. Pierce took out the rum that had been stored for more than 200 years and poured himself a glass. He never felt that he was doing anything harmful to humanity. Everything he did was to make the human world a better place. This is his Hydra. Although Whitehall is a colleague of Red Skull, he only cares about those meaningless myths and legends. Although he has lived to a very old age, he is getting older and older. And I, Pierce, am the successor of Hydra's philosophy, the real ruler of Hydra. He picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Long live Hydra. Ever since he knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. was actually a branch of Hydra, Ludin began to care about his own safety. The king of agents is of course much more cunning than anyone else, but when he thought of himself as a lone hero, and without knowing it, he had been undercover in Hydra for so many years, and successfully developed a large number of loyal subordinates, he was horrified, excited and proud, and ate 2 more tea eggs for breakfast. In the past month, Ludin rarely went out, and always put himself under the protection of secret agents. He also upgraded his car, and added more than a dozen functions. But he knew very well that no matter how many functions he had, it would not be possible to stop Hydra's murderous intentions. What was coming would come. I just didn't know when. I hope everything will come in time. The modified Chevrolet Suburban was running in the downtown area. The black body was just like him, shiny and low-key and luxurious. Suddenly, Fury realized that something was wrong. The traffic in Washington has always been good, but there was a traffic jam today. He looked around intentionally or unintentionally and found that some people were not quite right. The middle-aged fat policeman in the co-pilot seat of the police car on the left just looked at him for about 5 seconds, then quickly moved his eyes away, looking a little nervous. A man and a woman in the private car on the right were kissing in broad daylight, but they were obviously not skilled, and their movements were a little stiff. It was clearly a French kiss, so why didn't they stick out their tongues? And even in this situation, why were their hands so honest and didn't touch where they should touch? In the coffee shop 50 meters away, there were several normal looking people sitting, with boxes and bags beside them, bulging a little strangely. Most importantly, he had seen one of them before, in Whitehall's memory. It was a Hydra man. Ludin suddenly felt fortunate. Thanks to Master Wang. If he hadn't obtained Whitehall's memory, checked all the Hydra undercovers in his memory, and got more information, he probably wouldn't have known that he had been targeted until now. Included in the death list. Pierce finally can't wait. Is he going to do it? Although the preparations are not sufficient, there is no other way. Ludin sighed silently and said in a deep voice, start the communication encryption protocol and connect to the secure line 404. Confirm. A very pleasant male voice came from the car's built-in AI. Although it is not as good as Tony's Jarvis, it is still pretty good. A small screen appeared in the upper left corner of the front window glass, and a hot female agent appeared. It was Black Widow. I'm Romanov. Black Widow's face was serious. As a legendary agent, she has 3 communication lines with the director. One is a normal line, no different from other agents. One is a special line, which only the director can contact, and it will only be used for certain special tasks, such as investigating Master Wang. The last one is a newly opened safety line, the highest level. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, it is not used at ordinary times. Once it is used, it means that it is the most critical moment, the moment of life and death. I want you to start the snake catching operation immediately. Now it is in the deep shadow state. Ludin said. Snake catching operation? Deep shadow state? A decisive battle with Hydra. So suddenly? Black Widow realized the meaning of this sentence and was silent for 2 seconds and said, Sir, be careful. No one can kill me. Ludin hung up the phone and said, start vertical takeoff. As soon as the voice fell, the whole car began to float up. This is an anti-gravity technology that has been developed since World War II. It was officially put into use a few years ago. Equipped with a special high-power engine and jet engine, it can allow this car to fly at an ultra-high speed of 500 km per hour. In terms of flexibility alone, it is even better than a helicopter. However, before it could float completely, a car suddenly hit it from the side. After a violent car shock, the voice of the AI rang out. Left arm fracture detected. Internal bleeding detected. Anesthetic injection recommended. Azeroth essence wine recommended. Ludin quickly found the anesthetic and injected himself, then took out a small bottle of wine from his pocket and shouted, keep flying. Go to Firestone base. No, go to the Azeroth specialty store. AI, flight system damaged. %. And, Ludin snorted, contact Agent Carlson. No, contact Immortal Iron Fist. AI, communication system damaged. Ludin opened his mouth and felt that the pain was much less. The special ingredients in the Azeroth essence wine made him refreshed, clear-headed, and sharp-minded. He thought that Master Wang was still reliable. The damn broken car was not reliable at all. He gritted his teeth and shouted, then turn on the air conditioner for me, let me calm down. AI, the air conditioning system is damaged. Ludin suddenly wanted to smash this broken car. His anger value was full, and the joints of his hands holding the steering wheel were black. Is there anything that is not damaged? AI, your mobile phone and communicator are not damaged. Looking at the car body and glass that were becoming less and less complete, listening to the sound of bullets shooting into the car body, and seeing more and more Hydra members surrounding him, Ludin felt like a girl surrounded by a group of strong men, and a sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Fortunately, there is you. He took a deep breath. He took out the unique communicator on Earth, sighed, and put it away. He took out his mobile phone again, and dialed with one click. A green fist appeared on the screen. Azeroth Laboratory. Looking at Ludan on the mobile phone screen, Lao Wang sighed. Ludan, you might as well abdicate and let me be the director. You come to me every few days. Although it's unpleasant, I still have to answer the phone. Ludan is a very reliable person. If someone comes to look for him, it must be bad news. Either someone is dead or something has happened. For example, the last time he went to Tony and got a cold shoulder, he called to ask if he had said anything to Tony. What does it have to do with me? Tony doesn't even care about the Ministry of Defense. Do you think you have more face than the Minister of Defense? Keep checking. I must find the people I mentioned. Melinda's ex-husband Andrew Garner, Elena Rodriguez, James, Joey, are all descendants of Inhumans, and they will all be yours in the future. Rubbing Sky's shoulders, Lao Wang answered the phone. The violent explosion pierced the eardrum. Then there was a series of bullet sounds, accompanied by the AI broadcast. The window integrity is 20%, and it is recommended to take countermeasures. Don't execute it yet. Ludan shouted. Master Wang. Help. You, a director, are shouting like this. You don't have any face. Lao Wang realized the urgency of the situation and asked quickly, where are you? Forget it. Don't tell me. I don't know. Even if you tell me, send me the location. Boom. AI, the window integrity is 1%. It is recommended to take countermeasures. Washington. Ludan shouted. Now. Bang, bang, bang. A series of machine gun sounds. Ludan was firing back. He seemed to be saying something, but it was too noisy to hear clearly. I'll be there soon. Before he finished speaking, the line was disconnected. Did even the mobile phone get shot up? Lao Wang raised his hand and drew a circle. Washington is not big, much smaller than New York. Just teleport to the city center. Now that his body is strong and he can use more mental power, he can barely cover the entire Washington. It should be in time to find Ludan and open the door again. Just about to set off. Suddenly he sensed danger and looked up. In the distance, 5 missiles were breaking through the air. Again. Come just when Ludan was attacked. This was calculated, right? They didn't let me support Ludan, and didn't let Ludan, or I inform the other party? Looking at it this way, I'm afraid other parties are also taking action. The decisive battle has broken out. During this period, Lao Wang asked Tony to get him a document to brush up on his knowledge of hot weapons. Based on the size and shape, he quickly determined the models of those missiles. It was exactly the same as the one that exploded in Sichuan last time. Ludan, wish you good luck. If you die, will I support Carlson to succeed, or let Sky take the position? Lao Wang narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, Zhao Hong, it's up to you. I'm back, typing, and I'll make up for yesterday's update tomorrow. Chapter 164. Take you to end it all. Long chapter, 2 in 1. Zhao Hong, what a beautiful name. Fresh and elegant, easy to understand, it fully interprets the color and essence of the Crimson Magic Belt. At the same time, it also deeply reflects the high level of Lao Wang's naming, and it has been unanimously recognized by Sky, Fitz and others. It is simple and easy to remember, and much shorter than Crimson Magic Belt of Sitorak. All outsiders think it is good, except for the Magic Belt itself. A resentful and unhappy mental fluctuation carefully passed to Lao Wang's mind, and then retreated decisively at the moment Lao Wang noticed it, and then unilaterally cut off. The Crimson Magic Belt stopped playing, and flew towards the sky. Gordon had already hidden somewhere, and there was no way to catch up. It was not easy to run out of the exhibition hall of the New York Temple. Of course, it had to have fun, so it didn't want to go back to Lao Wang's waist, and disguised as a low-end calfskin belt. Hearing Lao Wang's order, it quickly discovered the 5 missiles, and trembled with excitement. What a fragile system, what a powerful explosive force, what a good toy, leave it to me. He originally wanted to negotiate with Lao Wang, such as I will help you deal with these 5 missiles, how much Titan essence will you give me? But time was tight, and it was obviously too late. He was also afraid that the other party would get angry and cut off the supply in the future. That would be really miserable. After the transformation of the Heart of Azeroth, the blood of Azeroth became a more gentle Titan essence under the effect of eternal favor of Azeroth. which was effective for all the equipment on Lao Wang, and could improve the equipment effect to varying degrees. Although the previous Crimson Band was also very strong, it was just so-so. Now the speed alone has doubled, and this is because of too little Titan Essence. After tasting the taste of Titan Essence, Xiaohan looked down on any energy except Satorak, and had long become an addict. As long as it thought of the days without Titan Essence, it felt that life was hopeless. Xiaohan didn't dare to say a word, and broke through the air with some grievance. From a distance, it looked like an infrared laser. Although its speed is not as fast as Gordon's teleportation or a real laser, it is also not comparable to missiles. It is supersonic in supersonic speed. It took less than 2 seconds to fly to the first missile, and then suddenly became longer and thicker, binding the warhead. Although it is not the genuine product that Satorak has handled, it is related to the Crimson Overlord after all. It can not only transform at will, but also extend freely. As long as the energy is sufficient, it can be as thick and as long as you want. The levitation cloak is said to be able to wrap the entire solar system when it is activated to the extreme. How can it not be comparable? The magic belt continues to extend, tying up the other 4 missiles together, and then pulling hard. The missiles that are far apart from each other are actually pulled by the warheads, and deviated from their original direction. Because of love, they get close to each other, and because of being close, they heat up and shine with electric light. Then after a short brewing period, they snuggle up to each other, explode. At this moment, the Crimson Magic Band became thinner and shorter like a sponge that was exhausted, and was dragged away from the scene before the explosion, forming a beautiful heart shape in the air. My mission is over. It was very happy, and flew towards a bath center in Sanjuan. I had explored the road before, and the girls there were pretty. They were disguised as bath towels or towels, and they felt good. Come back. Lao Wang's voice sounded. Xiaohan suddenly paused, and reluctantly formed a heartbroken pattern. Azeroth Laboratory. Sensing the changes in the distant sky, Lao Wang showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Friends of Hydra, the show has begun. He calculated the direction, and opened the door. It was not Washington, but the place where the missile flew from. As early as after the last missile attack, Lao Wang asked Sky to hack the Puerto Rican military and find out the specific location of the military base. The reason why he had not retaliated was because he was too busy recently and couldn't get away, and it was not good to go against the military. Although Lao Wang was not afraid, he was also worried about getting into trouble. There is no need for that. After so many days, Lao Wang almost forgot about this matter. I didn't expect that there would be another attack now, and 5 missiles at a time. Hydra obviously didn't intend to let Azeroth Lab and himself go. So these 5 missiles were just the beginning. Although they failed, there would definitely be subsequent attacks. The entire laboratory was in danger of destruction. In this way, there was no way to leave here before the threat was completely resolved. I could only let Ludin wait for a while. I believe that with the ability of the King of Agents, he would not die so easily. An orange-yellow portal appeared. Lao Wang took a step out and came to the military camp. In the south of Sanjuan, a military base. The newly appointed top commander Nia Robinson stared at the screen, looked at the trajectory of the missiles on it, and flew towards Azeroth Lab unswervingly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. 5 missiles were launched at a time to cover the entire laboratory. Even if the immortal Iron Fist was really made of iron, he would definitely not survive. After today, he will definitely not be able to stay in this position. However, with the help of Minister Pierce, he can continue to serve Hydra in another place. After a few years, his rank should be able to rise 1 level. He is only 53 years old, still young, and there is still hope. Maybe he can be promoted to Admiral, and his life will be perfect. Unlike his predecessor, he messed up everything, and put Pierce, and even the entire Hydra organization into a passive position. There is no hope in this life. Call Pierce and tell him that my mission is completed. Nia took out his phone, and was about to dial. Suddenly, he heard a cry of surprise. What is that? Nia was slightly stunned and looked up. On the screen, the red dots representing 5 missiles suddenly changed direction, and exploded in succession in less than 1 second. The sky full of flames was like the most beautiful fireworks, decorating the sky and making a layer of haze appear in Nia's heart. "Can anyone tell me what happened?" he angrily said. "Guidance system failure, missile quality problem, or premature detonation? It should be none of them." The launch personnel swallowed and said with difficulty, "They seem to hit something. Hit something? Haha, this is a missile, not an airplane." Nia seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world and shouted, "Is this the precision guidance that Stark Industries claims? Safe and efficient? Tell me, did it hit an eagle or a sparrow? It can't be the Quinjet of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? None of them." The launch personnel called up the satellite monitoring, pointed at it and whispered, "General, look." Nia looked over quickly. On the screen was an unidentified object, wide, thick and long, which looked like a red ribbon that had been spread countless times, wrapping all 5 missiles. The next moment, the 5 missiles changed direction slightly under the pull of the ribbon and suddenly collided. "How is this possible? It must be magic," someone whispered. Bang. Nia slapped the man in the face and said coldly, "I say again, there is no magic in this world, only science." The man's face flushed, and he felt so wronged. "I also think there is no magic, but how to explain that thing? Maybe I can give you an explanation." A voice with a hint of laughter suddenly came from behind. Nia's breathing paused for a moment, and he turned around a little stiffly. A slightly fat figure appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" Nia shouted loudly, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. A stranger suddenly appeared in the command center of the base, and no one sounded the alarm. Could it be an invisible man? This guy who looked harmless just stood in front of him. Although everyone around him drew their guns and aimed, he did not change his expression. He guessed this because he could not see the man's face at all. A red scarf covered his face, and he didn't even have a weapon in his hand, no gun or dagger. "Are you sure you are here to assassinate me?" Nia drew his gun, aimed at the other party, and shouted again, "How did you get in? Tell me." For some reason, he always felt that the scarf on this person's face was not right. Why did it look a bit like a red ribbon? Me. Lao Wang thought of a thief girl who avenged her father, and whispered, "I'm Edwin Van Cleef. Victory belongs to the Defious Brotherhood." Edwin Van Cleef. Defious Brotherhood? What the hell is that? Nia was stunned, feeling the other party's silent mockery, and realized that he was being fooled, and immediately shouted, "Shoot!" Whoosh, whoosh. Everyone pulled the trigger, and bullets flew towards Lao Wang. The firing rate of the military pistol is undoubtedly very fast, but in Lao Wang's spiritual perception, it is like the old lady Lee practicing Take-I next door, slow in attitude, slow in realm, anxious to death snails, and stunned turtles. The golden true energy turned into a golden bell. Lao Wang wasted a rare little money to keep this expensive dress worth $100. Anyway, this little bit of key can be restored in the next second. For him, who can be called a master in terms of the total amount of key, it is not worth mentioning. The bullet hit the golden bell, encountered great resistance, slowed down quickly, and then stopped beside Lao Wang. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, all the bullets flew back, like an old film rewinding. When no one had time to react, the bullets returned to where they came from, but only slightly deviated from the direction. They shot into fresh flesh and hot hearts. Nia opened his eyes wide, felt his heart beating weaker and weaker, and lowered his head. His heart was red. The vitality of his whole body was draining away. Nia knew that he had finally reached the end of his life, and his dream had not yet been realized. He stretched out his hand to the sky, as if he wanted to grab something. But in the end, he grasped it in vain, and couldn't grab anything. The bullet flew back faster than it flew out, piercing his heart and completely destroying his vitality. "Hydra, long live," Nia murmured and fell slowly. "May the holy light be with you, amen." Lao Wang drew a full moon in his heart, prayed to the moon goddess Elune for this general whose name he hadn't remembered yet, and then waved. Jade-colored lightning destroyed the power system. In the short circuit of lightning, the entire command center was completely paralyzed. The crimson mask automatically fell off his face and turned into a ribbon again. It returned to Lao Wang's waist and tightened slightly. Feeling Lao Wang's skin resistance, it carefully loosened it just right. "It's been delayed for almost a minute. Ludan, you must not become a bomb fried egg or a bullet fried egg." Lao Wang raised his hand to check his watch and opened the door again. Arrived in Washington. From the time of the attack to now, less than 2 minutes have passed. For Lu Dan, these 2 minutes determine life and death. He has never felt so close to God as he does now, as if he can already see God's kind eyes, although after seeing the aliens, he increasingly does not believe in the existence of the real God, and only believes in the God in his heart, morality and conscience. Pierce, you're so cruel. Looking at the increasing number of vehicles around him, Lu Dan completely gave up the idea of escaping. The decisive battle has already broken out. This is not just an assassination against himself, but an operation to destroy the entire shield. Pierce completely ignored the impact and sent more than 20 vehicles to surround his car, making it impossible to escape. He thought about it and found that he still couldn't figure out why Pierce joined Hydra. He is the Minister of National Security, and his status is second only to the President and Secretary of State. He is also a member of the United Nations Security Council. His special status has almost reached the pinnacle of politics. Does he want to be president? The President of the United States, or the President of the world? Whoosh, whoosh. Bullets shot through his body one by one. Lu Dan kept changing his posture and used all means to avoid more bullets. One after another, the response plan flashed through his mind, and finally rejected them all. Taking out the pager that did not belong to the earth. At the last moment of his life, Lu Dan found that he was not thinking of the late Iron Fist, but Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel, who was now somewhere unknown. I remembered what Carol said, you can only call for help when it is most critical. We are all going to die. It's too late to call for help, right? But if Hydra's conspiracy succeeds, I don't know how many people will die in the world. This should be the most critical time, right? Lu Dan was about to press the button, but suddenly a red ribbon wrapped around his hand, took it away firmly and powerfully, and then wrapped around the pager. The scene blurred and disappeared. The gunshots suddenly became more frequent, but they were not aimed at their own direction. There were also screams and roars of fear. Guessing what happened in his heart, Lu Dan thought to himself, you are finally here, and he felt relieved, and almost couldn't catch his breath. I can't die yet. He struggled to get up, turned his head, and saw the red ribbon flying back and forth around, blocking bullets one by one, and wrapping around Hydra people one by one. It strangled their necks. When did Master Wang have such a powerful method? Is it related to Kamatage? The Iron Fist, which had been getting clearer and clearer, became blurry again in front of his eyes. Lu Dan found that he had never seen through Master Wang. The other people on the street had already run away. Those who had not run away were all Hydra members. And now, all of them fell down. Not even one was left alive. The whole street was quiet, and even screams could not be heard. The red ribbon was too ruthless, and killed them in one blow. After killing nearly 100 people, the red ribbon flew not far away. Following that direction, Lu Dan finally saw the man who had been thinking for 2 minutes. There were light footsteps, and Lao Wang walked slowly. The crimson magic belt put the pager in his hand, and then wrapped it around his waist again. Is this the thing Captain Marvel gave you? Lao Wang carefully looked at the pager in his hand, which looked so low-end. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like an old game console. A mental scan showed that the internal structure was very complicated, and the technological content might be higher than that of the arc reactor. Something that can communicate at the interstellar level must be extraordinary. Wang, cough cough. Master, cough cough. Lu Dan coughed a few times, reluctantly stretched out his hand and said, give it back to me. Do you think I'm worth it? Old Wang threw his hand into Lu Dan's arms, and by the way, he made a ball of revival mist, pulled him back from the dying state, and said, let's go. Where are we going? Lu Dan climbed out of the car with difficulty and asked. Of course, to end it all. Old Wang opened the door again, and opposite the door was a futuristic building complex. Chapter 165 The Real Ghost Rider, Part 1. At the same time, at the Azeroth specialty store, Gabe stood there blankly, holding a pistol with no bullets, looking at the Hydra members who were still struggling, a little flustered, and a little at a loss. Nausea, dry heaving, his stomach churning. He finally held it back, looked down at the tactical dagger in his left hand that was still dripping with blood, and felt very complicated. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? It's really uncomfortable. If I hadn't trained with Matt and the others for a while, I'm afraid I would be like Peter now, vomiting all over the floor, right? Ugh. Peter secretly glanced at the corpse not far away and felt that his stomach was about to vomit. He wanted to cry, not knowing what he had experienced today. When he just entered junior high school, he met a smart and kind senior Gabriel. Today, he came to play with me when he didn't have class. Unexpectedly, after just 10 minutes, he saw a group of people rushing over with automatic rifles, running and shooting. He wanted to run here at the time, but his legs were weak, and he couldn't run. Then he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Although Gabe looked very nervous, he skillfully took out a pistol from the cash register drawer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He really killed one enemy with one bullet, and his accuracy was better than in the movies, hitting the foreheads of all the enemies. The bullets were quickly used up, and there were still several enemies left. Gabe suddenly picked up the cash register and smashed it. How did Gabe, a junior high school student, lift such a big and heavy counter and throw it out? Peter was stunned at the time, watching the counter smash the glass, thrown more than 10 meters away, and directly killed 2 enemies. At the moment, when the counter was thrown out, Gabe rushed out with the pistol in his right hand and a tactical dagger that he had taken out from nowhere in his left hand. He rushed to the enemy and smashed the pistol directly on the opponent's throat, and it actually broke. How much strength does it take? Another enemy next to him was about to shoot immediately. Gabe turned around and stabbed him in the back with a gorgeous backstab, and the tactical dagger pierced his throat, and blood gushed out. Gabe, who was usually so gentle and had such good grades, was now like a demon crawling out of hell, so cold-blooded and cruel, killing more than a dozen fully armed enemies in a blink of an eye. Isn't this incredible? It's really cruel, but it's also really so cool. Feeling Peter's eyes of fear and admiration, Gabe suppressed his discomfort and didn't vomit. Take a deep breath. He has to show off in front of his younger brother. After a quick glance at the street, to make sure there were no other enemies, Gabe threw away the pistol, took out his cell phone with some trembling, and dialed. Before he could speak, Robber's voice came over. Gabe, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Gabe said excitedly. Robbie, I killed more than a dozen people who looked like agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and policemen who seemed to be from the New York Police Department. They were Hydra people. I'm glad you're okay. Robbie was obviously relieved and said quickly, listen to me, the store is not safe. Now you run east immediately. I'll pick you up. Okay. Gabe hung up the phone quickly, turned his head to look at little Peter, whose legs were trembling, and frowned. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay here. I can't run. Peter felt wronged. I just started junior high school, and this is the first time I've seen a murder with my own eyes, more than a dozen at a time. Bullets flying in front of my eyes, blood surging around me. I'm lucky I didn't piss myself. You can't ask for too much. I'm still a child. Gabe took a deep breath. It's not safe here. Sister Natasha said that the Hydra people are terrible, and if an attack fails, there will definitely be a second time. Those people couldn't deal with my brother, so they came to deal with me. Their purpose was to capture me and threaten my brother. They might not kill me, but they would not show mercy to others. Poor little Peter. Forget it. I'll take you away first. Gabe grabbed Peter, threw him on his shoulder, and ran with him. Boom. The two of them had just left less than 10 meters when they heard a loud noise. Feeling the shockwave sweeping over, Gabe's mind instantly flashed the hot weapons that Sister Natasha had mentioned. He could make a judgment without looking back. It was a missile, and it was a very powerful missile. Anger burned in his heart. The Azeroth specialty store is located in the downtown area. Although the people on the street have all run away, there are still people in the stores and houses on both sides. I don't know how many will die. I know many of them. They are very nice to me and bought me food. Although it was mainly because of the boss, the enthusiasm of the Chinese still made him feel very warm, a warmth he had never felt before. Damn Hydra, I will never let you go. The strong wind blew on his face. Peter was horrified to see the buildings on both sides retreating rapidly. His heartbeat gradually slowed down. All the discomfort and fear began to subside. He was a little excited and a little surprised. Such a fast speed, probably far exceeded the Olympic sprint champion, right? How did you do it? One day, I will have your speed, Gabe. No, I want to be faster than you. Because it's really cool. Gabe, who had long cultivated true ki, was really fast. He ran wildly under the pursuit of Hydra, judging the danger by perception, constantly changing direction, and finally saw a flash of fire. The hellfire was burning fiercely, and a Dodge Charger rushed past him. Robbie, who was driving, had transformed into the Ghost Rider. Safe. Gabe hurriedly stopped and turned around. The Dodge Charger was extremely fast and hit the pursuing SUV in a blink of an eye. Both vehicles overturned at the same time. The SUV's fuel tank was damaged, and the hellfire ignited the gasoline. A sea of fire. A chain suddenly stretched out from the sea of fire, extending more than 20 meters, piercing the car window glass, and tied up the Hydra member who was driving. The fire of hell burned the man along the chain, and he struggled in pain and despair. The chain was suddenly pulled. The man who was burned to charcoal was directly turned into countless pieces. Ghost Rider walked out of the sea of fire. More than 20 Hydra members shot at him, with automatic rifles, grenade launchers, individual rocket launchers, and even a strange looking plane that looked like the Quinjet that Sister Natasha had mentioned, firing missiles. Robbie looked at those people. 2 flames shot out from the eye sockets of the skull and hit the pilot of the Quinjet through the glass. Gabe recognized this ability. It was the Eye of Judgment that Robbie finally learned after killing hundreds or thousands of criminals, especially Wilson Fisk, who was possessed by the beast. It was a very scary ability. The flames were the fire of hell, which burned the soul of the guilty person directly, making him suffer the pain caused by the crimes he committed against the victim in the past. The more and bigger the crimes, the more terrible the pain. The pilot died tragically soon, and his whole body was burned to charcoal, which showed that he was deeply sinful and deserved to die. Robbie waved the chain again, and the chain, which was not too long, unexpectedly extended unscientifically and entangled the Quinjet. The fire of hell burned the Quinjet along the chain, and the whole plane quickly heated up and became demonic. Everyone inside was burned to charcoal, and then as Robbie pulled hard, the Quinjet quickly landed. Countless bullets shot Robbie, leaving bullet holes, and then even the bullets were burned, and the injured body recovered instantly. He turned his head, and the Eye of Judgment locked on one Hydra member after another. No one was spared. Whoever stared at him would die. Some people wanted to run, but they couldn't run faster than Robbie. Although Ghost Rider was not as fast as Quicksilver, he was at least not worse than Captain America and Black Panther. No one could escape from him. In a blink of an eye, the whole street was cleared again. The hellfire disappeared quickly. Robbie raised his hand, tied the chains around his body, and walked to Gabe, with some apology in his eyes. Sorry, I was entangled by the Hydra people and came late. It's okay, I'm not a child anymore, I can handle it, Robbie. Gabe looked around and asked, Robbie, what should we do now? Robbie said, the boss called me, I'll help him deal with Hydra, you find a place to hide. Okay. Gabe also knew that he would only cause trouble if he went there, but he was still a little worried. Robbie, you are going to the Trident headquarters? It's in Washington, more than 300 kilometers away from here. How do you get there? It's okay, I have it. Robbie turned and walked to the fallen Quinjet, opened the door, and walked in. The hellfire burned again, and the Quinjet with a changed shape, flew into the sky, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Peter was stunned. Gabe's brother is the legendary Ghost Rider? Shouldn't he ride a horse, a motorcycle, or a car? Why is he flying a plane? Don't look at it, let's go to a safe place. Gabra pulled Peter onto the Dodge Charger, started the car, and rushed towards the Firestone base. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 166 Mark 7, Part 2. Los Angeles, Freedom City Villa. Tony took a hot shower, and as he dried himself with a towel, he asked, Jarvis, is Mark 7 finished? Jarvis' voice rang out. Sir, it has just been assembled. According to Master Wang's advice, your requirements and my latest design drawings. Tell me what changes have been made, Tony said. A triangular arc pulse cannon is added to the chest, which can release all the energy at once. The power is roughly equivalent to the most powerful laser weapon of the US military. Adopting Master Wang's suggestion, a small amount of vibranium is added to the external armor, which can absorb external energy and convert it into armor energy, effectively improving the endurance. At the same time, it provides stronger defense capabilities and can withstand the explosion of Jericho missiles head-on. The sealing system and life support system are planned to be able to operate underwater, and a fire extinguishing system is added. The left arm is equipped with a reusable 3-barrel laser weapon, and the right arm is equipped with 8 macro armor piercing shells. The right shoulder is equipped with a heavy missile. Based on the deployment method of Mark V, it can be disguised as a suitcase and deployed through an infrared sensing halo. The activation time is 10 seconds and the automatic flight speed is 1,200 km per hour. Add a detachable backpack, loaded with 7 weapons including 8 air macro missiles, and 3 arc reactors of the same model. Upgrade the hand and foot thrusters to temporarily increase the flight speed. The maximum flight speed is Mach 5. This function consumes energy too quickly, so please pay attention to replace the arc reactor in time. Based on the latest virtual technology you provided from Master Wang, I have completed the version upgrade and added a combat analysis system that can analyze the enemy's fighting style and combat intentions so as to take effective countermeasures. Based on your love for Kung Fu and your admiration for Master Wang, as well as the video analysis of more than 300 fighting masters around the world, an auxiliary fighting system has been developed. Tony nodded. It sounds good. He dried his hair and raised his right hand. The mechanical arm automatically sent the infrared sensing halo over and installed it on the right wrist. As always, the gold and red color combination is very beautiful. Little Pepper should like it. Hearing auxiliary fighting system, Tony suddenly thought of another person, a real fighting master. Jarvis, how does your auxiliary fighting system compare to Master Wang's? Jarvis, sir, Master Wang's fighting style is simply impossible to copy. All the fighting masters collected by this system combined are far inferior to Master Wang. Tony raised his eyebrows. Human reaction speed has an upper limit. Can it be faster than you? Jarvis, sir, according to the scans of Master Wang, his cell structure and even genes have changed to varying degrees. In fact, he is no longer considered a human. You don't have to be depressed. After all, Master Wang is not a human. I'm not depressed. Tony snorted and agreed with Jarvis' last sentence. That's right, that guy's not a human. Jarvis, start designing Mark 8. Jarvis, okay. Sir, what are your requirements? Tony didn't even think about it. Faster, higher, stronger. Fully upgrade the auxiliary fighting system and collect videos of all fighting masters in the world. It must surpass Master Wang. Okay, sir. Jarvis said, I hope you are mentally prepared. The success rate is infinitely close to 0. Tony, creating you is my biggest failure. I'll change to another one another day. What do you think of Friday? Jarvis, the servant in Robinson Crusoe? Sir, plagiarism is shameful. Tony, I really want to smash you. He walked to the window, opened it, took out a bottle of Erguotao, uncapped it and took a sip. He instantly felt hot all over and had the urge to vent immediately. The essence of Azeroth is really strong. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice sounded, Sir, a missile is detected flying towards this side with a speed of Mach 3, and it is expected to arrive in 10 seconds. According to the Security Protection Agreement, start the armor deployment and stress response procedures. Launch the interceptor missile. Jarvis's voice just ended. Tony shouted, No, protect Pepper. The golden red armor disassembled into dozens of parts and flew towards Pepper in the bedroom upstairs and quickly completed the deployment of the right arm. Infrared aiming, precision guidance. The shoulder-mounted heavy missile was launched. This series of instructions took time. When the interceptor missile was launched, the flying missile had already reached the outside of the villa. The two missiles collided. Boom. The violent explosion produced a strong shockwave, which shattered the glass of most of the villa. The shrapnel destroyed part of the wall of the house and caused a large amount of collapse. Tony was hit by the shockwave and fell to the ground, his whole body aching. He was injured in many places, but not seriously. Tony climbed up and shouted, "Jarvis, how is Pepper?" "Jarvis, the armor deployment was successfully completed before the missile exploded. Miss Potts was not injured. Sir, multiple injuries were detected on your body. The effective ingredients of Azeroth essence wine remaining in your body are healing your wounds. The bleeding has stopped." Tony breathed a sigh of relief. "I spent nearly $100 million to buy 10 bottles of wine from Master Wang. I thought I had lost a lot of money, but I didn't expect the effect to be so good. I have only been drinking it for less than half a month. Not only has my endurance increased several times, but my physical fitness in all aspects has also improved a lot. My muscle strength and bone density have also increased to varying degrees. With such a strong explosion power, I didn't break any bones or have internal bleeding. Thanks to Master Wang. Sir, 5 aircraft have been detected, including 4 F-35 fighters and 1 Quinjet. The other side has launched 5 Jericho missiles again. Please dodge immediately." "Dodge? Where to hide? I built the Jericho missile, and I don't know its power yet." Tony smiled bitterly, remembering the new function of Mark 7, and immediately shouted, "Jarvis, send Pepper to a safe place, and then come to pick me up." Before he finished speaking, he ran out of the villa and jumped into the sea. The next second, 5 missiles hit the villa at the same time. This villa, worth tens of millions of dollars, along with the high-tech equipment and Iron Man suit worth billions of dollars inside, was completely destroyed by the Jericho missile designed by Tony himself. More missiles flew from afar, landslides, a large amount of rocks and soil, along with the collapsed villa, overturned towards the sea. Plop. Tony fell into the water, holding his breath, while enduring the severe pain brought by the impact of the water surface. His physique, which is stronger than that of an Olympic champion, gave him a greater lung capacity, and it was no problem for him to hold his breath underwater for 5 or 6 minutes. Fortunately, all the data was backed up in advance, including Jarvis's intelligent program. Tony swam hard. Time passed by minute. 4 F-35 fighters hovered in the sky, and the Quinjet stopped directly on the water and began a deep scan. Several missiles were about to be launched. At this moment, Jarvis' voice rang out, "Sir, Miss Potts is safe. Armor deployment is in progress. It is expected to take 10 seconds to arrive." Already arrived. Whoosh. The first piece of armor broke through the water and attached to Tony's right arm, followed by the second piece. In less than 10 seconds, all the armor was in place. Feeling the cold wrapping from all directions, Tony was determined in his heart and regained his confidence. Start the fire protection system and start draining water. Start the life support system. Start the combat analysis system and auxiliary combat system. Start electromagnetic interference to shield all external scans. Sir, do you want to start a counterattack? Tony raised his hands and snorted coldly, "Counterattack." Chapter 167 Avengers, Tony. Update. On the rough sea, a huge wave suddenly rose. The Mark 7 rushed out from the deepest part and rushed into the sky in a blink of an eye. 5 fighter jets flew across the sky, launching missiles one after another. The Mark 7 is equipped with the latest electromagnetic interference technology. It is undoubtedly difficult to lock it. Moreover, its flying speed at full power is as high as Mach 5, even faster than conventional missiles. Even if it is locked, it cannot catch up. How to fight? The Mark 7 suddenly hovered, hooked its finger at the Quinjet, and then turned and ran. "You come to chase me? All weapons in the world are invincible. Only speed can't be broken. Whoever is the fastest will have the initiative in the war." Surrounded by 5 aircraft, the Mark 7 is like a slippery loach, a very fast falcon, constantly turning back and flying in the sky, launching attacks with a large number of weapons equipped with it. Macro armor piercing projectiles, aim at the fuel tank, and fire. 3-barrel laser weapons, aim at the wings, and fire. Air-to-air satellite missiles, aim at the cockpit, and fire. Fly under the plane and hug it. Chest cannon, fire. All weapons are used, including the spare weapons in the detachable backpack. The first arc reactor quickly ran out of energy and was replaced with a second one. Because of Lao Wang's advice and the virtual technology provided by Lao Wang, the current Mark 7 is much more powerful than the Mark 7 in Iron Man 2. In the pursuit of 5 fighters, it turned the tables and quickly completed the gorgeous transformation from prey to hunter. Jarvis, well done. Tony watched as a bystander and sighed with some regret. Okay, I decided not to hit you. He didn't control it at all. It was Jarvis who was controlling it. Tony himself didn't have much combat experience, but Jarvis did, from analyzing thousands of war cases. Although the virtual technology of the Darkhold has not been completely mastered, just applying the parts that have been figured out to Jarvis has already improved its performance tenfold and its AI 100-fold. Of course, it is still a long way from the intelligent life of Vision or Ultron, but at least it will not be worse than Jarvis in Avengers 2 a few years later. Wise choice, sir. Jarvis said. In a blink of an eye, 2 F-35 fighters were shot down, and Jarvis's pressure was greatly reduced. However, the weapons were damaged a lot. The speed of the Quinjet was faster than the Mark 7, and the battle soon fell into a stalemate. A full 6 missiles chased the Mark 7's ass. Looking at the Mark 7 getting farther and farther away, the Hydra members on the plane were completely desperate and wanted to cry. It's not that we are not strong, but the enemy has Gundam. We can't report this time. Suddenly, the speed of the Mark 7 slowed down, and the distance was getting closer and closer. This is not in line with common sense. One of the guys had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and slammed the table. No energy. It must be out of energy. Everyone woke up, and their eyes lit up. Yes, speed is nothing. Endurance is the key. Don't look at your short and fast speed. It's only been 5 minutes and it's gone. What's the use? He fired so many missiles, and a chest cannon. The energy consumption is too great. The arc reactor can't bear it. Quick, fire missiles. Kill him. The Hydra members quickly locked onto the infrared and fired 3 more missiles, plus the 6 that were still chasing, a total of 9. A beautiful arc passed through the sky, and Mark 7 was like a big bad wolf being chased by 9 little sheep. Extremely sad. Closer. Closer. The fastest missile is less than 5 kilometers away from Tony Stark. Someone shouted in surprise. Only 5 kilometers. For a supersonic missile, it's just a matter of seconds. Even if the relative speed is calculated, it won't take more than 15 seconds. The mission is about to be completed. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, 3 jamming bombs came out from behind Mark 7's buttocks and exploded. The next moment, 7 missiles exploded in a row. Oh no, it's a decoy. A Hydra member looked extremely ugly. Does that guy have weapons? In the sky full of fire, Mark 7 soared into the sky, raised its arms, and fired 3 laser beams and air-to-air macro missiles at the same time, killing the other 2 missiles. Then it turned gorgeously and flew back at a very fast speed. It's actually fighting back. Didn't it run out of energy? Where did it get the energy? Damn, I was deceived. At this moment, all the Hydra members had the same thought in their minds. Those who play with technology have a dirty heart. Jarvis, you have a dirty heart. Tony looked contemptuous in his battlesuit. It's not him who is operating, it's all Jarvis. This tactic was formulated after analyzing Master Wang's battle video. Jarvis didn't dare to take credit, saying that the credit was all Master Wang's, and it was not me who was dirty, but Master Wang. Well, the heart of martial arts is dirty. Tony agreed, and then muttered to himself, Mark 7 still has shortcomings. It's not enough to have radar invisibility. It needs visual invisibility. Some time ago, he studied visual invisibility technology for Master Wang, but unfortunately the equipment was too large. It was no problem to install it on the Quinjet, but not on Mark 7. If there is visual invisibility, this battle would not be so troublesome at all. We must find a way to miniaturize it. Although it is very difficult, it is not impossible to solve it. In addition, we can consider adding thermal interference, infrared interference and laser interference, which is easier. Well, I will ask Master Wang later what other areas can be improved. Strange, how can that guy's conception of the Mark series be more comprehensive and advanced than mine? Is he the designer, or am I the designer? Tony was confused, and the other party was terrified. How to fight an exoskeleton armor equipped with a large number of high-tech weapons, faster than missiles, and extremely durable. Waiting online, it's urgent. The driver hurriedly reported to the command center plus asked for advice, and the command center was silent. Ask us useful? That guy has radar invisibility ability. We can't even see it. Retreat. A senior agent ordered with a gloomy face. In the end, the Quinjet dropped 4 F-35 fighters, entered stealth mode, and fled in disgrace. Tony was lost in thought as he looked at the flaming F-35 in the Free City Villa that had been completely turned into ruins. Who attacked me at this time? The terrorist organizations I attacked? The Ministry of Defense or the military that disliked me? Or the mercenaries bought by other arms dealers? No. The F-35 fighter is the main fighter of the US military. One costs nearly $200 million, and it is impossible to sell it to the outside world. The Quinjet is only owned by SHIELD, and it has never been sold except for the 3 owned by Master Wang. Could it be that the one who attacked him was SHIELD? That black egg is not soft, so he has to use force. Tony sneered. Don't look at you being black and me being white. You look stronger than me, but if you really take off your pants and compare, you are really not as strong as me. Just thinking about it, Jarvis' voice suddenly sounded. Sir, there is an unknown communication request. Connect. A beautiful woman with a cold face appeared on the mask screen. Mr. Stark, I'm Agent Romanov from SHIELD. Black Widow said quickly, we have received intelligence that Hydra plans to attack Liberty City and has sent 4 F-35 fighters and 1 Quinjet. Please be careful. Tony expressionless. You're too late. My villa has been destroyed. I'm sorry. Black Widow observed 3 seconds of silence, then said, I'm glad you're still alive. Mr. Stark. How do I know if it was Hydra or your SHIELD that attacked me? Tony snorted. Hydra attacked multiple SHIELD bases, and also attacked Master Wang's Azeroth laboratory and specialty store. Black Widow said, you can ask Master Wang. In addition, we need your help. If Hydra succeeds, the whole world will fall into doomsday. Hydra has an insight plan, which uses precision strikes to eliminate millions of dangerous elements around the world at one time, and you are also on the list. Yes, sir. Jarvis' voice sounded. Just 5 minutes ago, the satellite monitored 5 missiles exploding less than 50 kilometers away from the Azeroth laboratory. In addition, I just received a text message reminder from Miss Sky. Master Wang asked you. Are you dead? If not, just let me know. Exact words. Tell him I can't die. Tony snorted, and a deep warmth surged in his heart. Master Wang still cares about me. He looked at the Black Widow and asked, tell me, how can I help you? I'll send you the coordinates of the Trident headquarters. The Black Widow said, that's the headquarters of SHIELD, and also the headquarters of Hydra. Mr. Stark, the battle of revenge has begun. Let me make it clear that I haven't agreed to be an Avenger. Tony muttered, and said, Jarvis, target Washington, let's go. This chapter makes up for number 1. Chapter 168, 3 Good Things About Being Bald, Part 1. Azeroth Laboratory. A red ribbon suddenly appeared, forming a period in the air, and at the same time a mental wave entered Sky's mind. The battle on your side is over, but Director Fury is still alive. Wang asked us to fly a Quinjet and hide over the Sanjuan military base, keeping an eye on it at all times, to prevent another missile attack on the laboratory. We also need to monitor Brigadier General Porter, who is at odds with SHIELD, and has long received orders from General Ross to target us. Sky asked hurriedly, where is Wang? How is he now? The crimson belt swayed, shaking into a beautiful wave, with several M shapes in a row, as sexy as it could be. Wang is fine, because you are here? Okay, I admit that you are very capable, but please don't challenge my visual bottom line. I will vomit. Sky was relieved, and resisted the discomfort in his heart, and nodded. Then you go and help him. Leave this to me. The crimson belt shook horizontally, then flew over the laboratory again, continuing to shake him. Wang asked you to state a deal with Gordon, and help us intercept missiles? Sky understood. He said this is a small scene, just a Hydra, no danger. The crimson devil belt swayed vertically, and then pointed at himself with the other end, swaying out a charming curve. Okay, he will feel at ease with you, I understand. Sky walked outside and said, Matt, Stickman, Erica, go to the central square now. 10 minutes later, two Quinjet fighters took off. Sky and Erica drove, quickly entered stealth mode, and flew towards the Sanjuan military base. SHIELD. Trident headquarters, the highest level. Sitwell rushed in, panting and shouting, Minister, Minister, failed, all failed. I already know. Pierce put his hands behind his back and looked at the three-dimensional projection in front of him. It was the Earth. One red dot after another marked one base after another, including the Trident headquarters, the headquarters of each continent, the branches of each country, and also those secret bases that few people knew about, the secret bases of S.H.I.E.L.D., not the secret bases of Fury. At this moment, every known base was in chaos. There were conflicts and even wars between Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in every place, and in the global situation, Hydra had an overall advantage. Although the actions against Fury, Iron Fist, Ghost Rider, and Iron Man failed, the overall situation was still under control. Pierce was sure to win. How is the battle going? He asked. The publicity work has been done. Now everyone knows that Nick Fury is the head of Hydra. Agent Romanoff, Agent Barton, Agent Coulson and others are all undercover agents of Hydra, intending to subvert SHIELD and the regimes of various countries around the world and rule the world. These people are all wanted. Our people in the military and police have been mobilized, and the situation is very stable. Sitwell hastened to assure, we have basically taken control of the Trident headquarters. There are only a few places where there are still rebels, and they can be resolved in half an hour at most. However, some of them are more difficult, such as Ms. Carter's niece. They can only be stabilized for the time being, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Anything else? Pierce continued to ask. Sitwell said, Iron Fist rescued Fury. Tony lost his trace. Ghost Rider disappeared in a Quinjet. Romanov and Barton are nowhere to be found. They should have gone to Fury's secret base. Coulson and Melinda drove away a Quinjet 10 minutes ago, unilaterally cut off all contact, and there is no way to track them. Fury will not give up easily. They are coming. Pierce said, send someone to take over the weapon system. If you find any suspicious person, don't report. Just attack directly. Yes. Sitwell hurriedly did it. He was more urgent than ever before, as if he had returned to the time when he just joined SHIELD, and he dared not make any mistakes, because now is the most critical moment, the turning point of his life. As long as he can do the task assigned by the minister, he will be a great contributor to the complete destruction of SHIELD. By then, maybe he can get a deputy director. It is not impossible to even replace Fury and become the director. After all, the minister himself cannot demote himself to become the director. There are not many other suitable candidates. There are only a few biggest competitors, such as Garrett. Sitwell was happy in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. He couldn't lose his composure in front of the boss. Image is very important. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly saw that the minister's face was not right. What happened? At this time, a hand was placed on Sitwell's shoulder. Who is so casual? He doesn't want to mix with others. This is. He turned around and was about to scold, but his face froze instantly, as if he saw a ghost. This smiling face looks so familiar. His large color photo has long been placed on his desk, and there is a small photo that has been placed in his jacket pocket, close to his heart. This is the order he gave himself. He must pay attention to this guy all the time, and do everything he can to understand him, and deal with him. Master Wang, the immortal Iron Fist. Who would have thought that the other party would stand in front of him today? Damn, how did he avoid surveillance, and how did he trick the DNA scan into the door? This is not scientific. It doesn't matter. In front of him was an orange door, the wizard's portal. Iron Fist had just walked out of the door, and there was another person beside him. Looking at the charcoal-headed man in front of him, Sitwell felt a strong fear in his heart. Director Fury. The higher the S.H.I.E.L.D. senior officials, the more they knew how terrible this S.H.I.E.L.D. director was. Although he only had one eye, he seemed to be able to see through the heart. Every time he dealt with him, Sitwell was worried that he would accidentally leak secrets. Minister Pierce was right. He really came back. But why couldn't he wait until I left before coming back? Sitwell couldn't help swallowing his saliva, feeling very bad. Put down your weapons. Whoosh. Seeing this, several other Shield/Hydra senior officials quickly drew their guns and fired. However, before the gun was pulled out, his face turned red, as if a pair of invisible big hands were pinching his neck. With a series of crisp sounds, they all fell to the ground and died. Seeing this scene, Sitwell trembled all over and almost peed himself. Although he has been in SHIELD for more than 10 years, he has always been in an administrative position, and has never been on a field mission. How could he have seen such a scene? Can you make way? Lao Wang smiled and said amiably, bald heads have 3 advantages. They save water, emit light, and don't block the road. Although he didn't understand, he looked very powerful. Sitwell gave Pierce a look that said I'm helpless, and quickly made way. This guy kills without blinking an eye. The sweeter his smile, the more ruthless he is. I don't know how many people from the Hand and Hydra died in his hands. Killing people is as simple as drinking coffee for him. He can't afford to offend them. Hydra's mission is of course important, but his own life is obviously more important. They are Iron Fists, and he is bald, but not Iron Head, so he can't bear it. Lao Wang smiled and made way. This is not his home court, and he is not the protagonist now. The real protagonists are Ludan and Pierce, a pair of good friends who once supported each other, and now love and kill each other. In this situation, there must be special feelings, and there are many intimate words to say. It seems like there are dozens of people coming. I'll deal with them. You guys talk. Lao Wang smiled and said, you can't beat him, can you? Ludan stared at Pierce with a cold face. I can beat 10 of him. That's good. Lao Wang glanced at Sitwell and said, please lead the way. You are responsible for identifying the people from Hydra, and I'm responsible for killing people. I won't kill you after the job is done. How about that? I believe you won't kill me, and I also believe Fury will kill me. Sitwell nodded quickly. Every moment you can live is a moment. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Who doesn't want to live? The two left quickly, leaving only Ludan and Pierce at the scene. The two looked at each other and sparks flew. Chapter 169. The protagonist speaks louder than words. The villain dies because he talks too much. Update 2. Glad you can come, Fury. Pierce nodded slightly, shrugged, and looked a little regretful. It's a pity that there is no wine. The last time we drank was almost 3 years ago, right? I have it. Ludan took out a small bottle of Azeroth essence wine from his arms, took a sip himself, and threw it to Pierce. It tastes good. Pierce drank it all with saliva, and it seemed to have some aftertaste. He raised his chin. Where did you buy this wine? Get me 2 boxes later? Do you want to drink more? When you die, I will pour a bottle on your tombstone every year on this day. Ludan's face was dark, thinking how come you are thicker than me? Pierce smiled. You should have at least 1 box a year, right? You're so stingy even when dealing with those secret bases and secret agents. 10 million for a bottle. I'm not worthy of you. Thinking of that black-hearted profiteer, Ludan was in a bad mood, considering that you almost killed me. Pierce spread his hands helplessly. You know about this kind of thing. Ludan continued to stare at Pierce, not moving away for a second. Well, let me be the director. Because you are the best one, and the most cold-blooded and ruthless one. Pierce put his hands on his hips, and looked at Ludan. Isn't it this way in a line of work? But you are more ruthless than I thought. You attacked your superiors and benefactors? I thought you would let me go, such as life imprisonment or something. In this respect, you are not as good as Ms. Carter. Ludan said, everything I do is to protect the people. This is the purpose of SHIELD, and you taught me. What a coincidence. Me too. Pierce said in a serious tone, and my enemy is your enemy. SHIELD is Hydra, and Hydra is SHIELD. Even if I die today, Hydra will not die. Cut off 1 head, and 2 will grow again. The entire SHIELD is made up of Hydra people. Are you going to kill them all? Didn't you say that I'm the most cold-blooded and ruthless? Ludan said with a dark face. I can try. The Inside Project will kill 20 million people at a time, and I will only kill tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people, not more. Fury, listen to me. Pierce said. Chaos, war, everything, and so many nuclear weapons in the world. This is a fragile world, and the fragile human society cannot withstand any trauma. Who can guarantee that nuclear weapons will not be detonated? As long as one is detonated, all will be detonated, and the entire surface will be destroyed. Humans cannot have only shields, but also spears, not only defense, but also offense. Shield is not enough, Hydra is offensive enough. Not only against enemies from the outside world, such as the Skrulls and the Kree, but also against enemies within humanity, those dangerous element and ambitious people. There are more than 200 countries in the world, so many ethnic groups, and thousands of voices. Any inconsistent voice may lead to the Third World War. What to do? Then make these voices disappear, and let the world have only one voice. Pierce slammed the table heavily, and every word was sonorous. One world, one dream, one voice. Why did the Eastern Dragon rise so fast? It is because 1.3 billion people have only one voice. But it is not enough. We must let the whole world have only one voice. This world is full of crime. We need several or even dozens of procedures to arrest and convict. Powerful people will exempt the death penalty, grant parole, commute sentences, and use conspiracies and tricks to overturn the case. But if there is only one voice, as long as the crime is discovered, it can be arrested immediately, so that the world will be a better place. With only one voice, the power of 7 billion people is gathered, the speed of scientific and technological progress will increase 10 times, and the population crisis, energy crisis, air pollution, ethnic conflicts and national conflicts can all be solved. Unite the strength of everyone, and face the outside world in unison. Deal with the aliens you have been worried about, the Skrulls, the Kree, and more aliens. Pierce stretched out his arms, made a hugging gesture, and looked expectant. Fury, let's join forces. You defend, I attack. You control your shield, I control my Hydra. The shield and the spear are combined into one, and we can create a perfect world. His lips were dry and his voice was a little hoarse. He thought it would be great if Sitwell hadn't left, and he could pour me a glass of water. He was still very satisfied with this speech, wondering if he could impress Fury. In Pierce's expectant eyes, Ludin was silent for 2 seconds, grabbed his arm, and dragged him to the scanning port. Master Wang is right, the villains talk too much nonsense. What do you want to do? Give orders to the whole world, to make Hydra and SHIELD cease fire? Pierce was not disappointed, and laughed. This is the highest order, and 2A level members must be present. Do you think I haven't cleared your authority? Of course you will do that, but unfortunately it's not enough. Ludin flipped open the eye mask, revealing a fake eye, staring straight at Pierce. You can't beat me, Mr. Minister. Pierce opened his mouth, but made no sound. The 3 eyes turned into 4 eyes in an instant. No. This artificial eye must have the function of perspective and scanning, and it must be able to see the world through the eye mask, so it has always been 4 eyes. Pierce pursed his lips. This charcoal-headed man actually had a trick up his sleeve. This man is not only black-faced, but also has a black heart. It is better to live than to die. There is hope, only when you are alive. Pierce sighed and had to do a retinal scan with the boiled egg to unlock it. The boiled egg thought for 2 seconds, and said in a deep voice, I'm Nick Fury, your director. Yes, I'm still alive, in the director's office at the Trident headquarters. You can all hear my voice, and some of you can see me. I know you all don't believe that I'm an ambitious Hydra. Now I will tell you the truth. Alexander Pierce is the undercover agent of Hydra, the biggest snakehead. Now he has been arrested, and Sitwell was also arrested. It was he who sent people to attack me and Mr. Tony Stark's villa in Los Angeles. Bases all over the world, all the battles and wars, were instigated by him. If your friends, relatives or loved ones died because of this, I'm sorry, but please remember him. He was the one who caused all this. Originally, I had a secret snake catching operation, the purpose of which was to capture the Hydra members hiding in SHIELD. This plan was led by Agent Carlson, Agent Romanoff, and Agent Barton. There were not many people, so I didn't have much hope. But now I have you. Now I authorize everyone to be a part of the snake catching operation. SHIELD people should not fight among themselves. Anyone who tries to cause a war is a Hydra member. Subdue them, imprison them, and when necessary, shoot them. Today is the day when Hydra will be destroyed. The sonorous and powerful voice was transmitted to all bases through the security line of SHIELD, and was broadcasted on a large scale. For the sake of confidentiality, although Hydra's people have infiltrated every base and every department of SHIELD, there are actually not too many people. Similarly, there are not many people who are really willing to act as human shields. Most people just regard this as a job. Seeing the internal strife and hearing Pierce announce that the director of SHIELD is a Hydra man and demanding a comprehensive arrest, they have to execute it, whether they believe it or not. And now, hearing the director announce that Pierce is a Hydra man, seeing Pierce standing next to the director and demanding that they do their best to catch the snake, they have to execute it, whether they believe it or not. If they don't execute it, then don't do anything and let others do it. Don't make trouble. The situation began to develop in a good direction. You talk more than me, you are the villain. Pierce sneered. I was taught by you, Pierce, I have all your advantages. Bowden said coldly, Hydra is over. I didn't expect you to be so naive, Fury. Pierce shook his head and smiled. The war has begun. No one can stop it. I can't, and neither can you. Did I say I wanted to stop? Luden said, Pierce, your evaluation of me is absolutely correct, and I was not joking just now. Compared with the death of 20 million people, the death of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people is nothing, and in fact, not that many people will die. You won't do that. Pierce shook his head. It seems that you don't know me well enough, Pierce. Luden said, I don't believe that all Hydra people are loyal. In the face of the fear of death, they know what to do. You can't really destroy Hydra. Pierce took a few steps back. Maybe Hydra will revive, but not today. Luden lifted up his windbreaker. In addition, there is one thing you said that is correct. Which one? Pierce continued to retreat, his hand touching his waist. We need several or even dozens of procedures to arrest and convict. Powerful people will exempt the death penalty, parole, commute sentences, and use conspiracies and tricks to overturn the case. So, I won't give you this chance. Luden raised his hand, holding a gun. Pierce turned and ran, but it was too late. Bang. Pierce fell down, and Luden was silent for a moment, muttering to himself, no last words. Chapter 170 I'm Zora, Part 1. Pierce is right. Once a war breaks out, it will never be so easy to stop. It's like an opened Pandora's box, which can never be closed. Although Pierce is the biggest head of Hydra, there are more than one head of Hydra, but there are many heads, involving all aspects. There are Hydra people in the military, government, business, entertainment, and all walks of life. There is nothing that Hydra can't do, except what you can't think of. Wherever there is water, there is Hydra. These people are adding fuel to the flames. They know very well that once the war breaks out, they must persist and fight. Otherwise what awaits them must be the liquidation of SHIELD and even the governments of various countries. You must know that in this world, Hydra and the asterisk are tied together. The heads of various governments know very well that Hydra almost ruled the entire world. Once it is revived, the consequences will be very serious, and it may cause the Third World War. Although Hydra will not be destroyed by being cleared out, and although Hydra can hide in time, it is inevitable that they will be injured. If the tail or even the body of the snake is cut off, it is likely to be unable to recover. This is not what they want to see, nor is it what the middle and low level personnel want to see. The situation is already very chaotic, and those with ulterior motives certainly hope that it will continue to be chaotic. Only in muddy waters can you fish. Only by disrupting the situation can they have more choices, whether it is to overthrow SHIELD or to leave fewer traces and easier to hide during the subsequent liquidation. Even the Trident headquarters cannot be dealt with by Ludan in one sentence. The Hydra people controlled the most important weapons launch center and command center, controlled most of the Trident headquarters, and even the sky carrier under construction. Although I don't know how the Black Director got upstairs, since he is in the office on the top floor. Don't think about leaving. A large number of Hydra people were fully armed and rushed to the top floor. Quick, rescue Minister Pearson, capture Fury. With him, no one else dares to resist. Torture him severely and make him reveal the whereabouts of Romanoff, Barton, and Carlson, and all the secret bases and secret agents. Some people had other ideas. Pierce has been arrested, and the head of our line of snakes is gone. Anyone has the opportunity to become the head of the snake. Garrett and Sit will have the greatest chance, but I'm not without a chance. Maybe I can take this opportunity to become the most powerful person in the world. Everyone has their own agenda. It's a mess. At this time, Lao Wang brought Sitwell to the door. Looking at the hydras dressed in the skin of shield agents, Lao Wang punched and fought unceremoniously. No one could block his fists, and no bullet could penetrate his body. He is now Master Monk. In terms of the total amount of true energy, he is at the same level as Lao Chen and Zhu Talon, at most slightly worse. But under the nourishment of the essence of eternal water, both physical fitness and defense are better than those two. Even relying on the flesh alone, he can resist bullets. It's nothing more than a little pain. Technology is powerful but fragile. The civilization built on technology and the weapons spawned by civilization are also powerful but fragile. The equipment of S.H.I.E.L.'s individual soldiers is even more expensive and sophisticated than that of the Navy SEALs. Any well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. field agent can fight against a standard special forces team, which is not the elite kind. But now, in front of Lao Wang, without breaking the defense at all, the only thing they can bring to Lao Wang is the slow consumption of his true energy. The jade-colored lightning struck one Hydra member after another, and Lao Wang attacked brazenly, fearless of any enemy. Is this still a human? Sitwell was dumbfounded. One by one, agents who knew, or didn't know fell to the ground like leeks cut by a sickle. Lao Wang, who always had a kind face, showed the domineering and strong side of the monk. He can probably fight the Hulk head on, right? Sitwell wanted to take the opportunity to escape, but now he has no intention of doing so. Forget it, just follow him obediently. Your life is important. Wherever Lao Wang went, people died. A large number of people died. He was more brutal than Conan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the implanted communicator on his lower lip. Master Wang, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not dead yet. I'm flying to Washington now. It will take about 40 minutes. Tony. That guy was besieged by 4 F-35 fighters and 1 Quinjet. These fighters are worth at least $200 million US. They are not comparable to the enemies that attacked the villa in Iron Man 3. The speed of the Quinjet even exceeds the speed of sound. He didn't die. That's right. Tony adopted his own suggestions, spent a lot of money to buy a small amount of vibranium to build Mark 7, used the knowledge of the Dark Book to upgrade Jarvis, upgraded the weapon system, and carried 3 arc reactors with him. The overall strength must be far beyond those models in Iron Man 2 and Avengers. It's normal to be able to win. If it's 40 minutes, Tony, you can attend the closing ceremony. Lao Wang smiled. Use the true key of a specific frequency to vibrate the air, to form a sound absorbing layer to ensure that the sound would not be transmitted, and then asked, did you forget to replenish the ammunition? Of course. I didn't forget. Tony immediately blocked the communication and said, Jarvis, go to the armory first. After that, he resumed the communication. You are in Washington? How is the situation now? It was only a few seconds, and this guy actually cracked Fitz's encryption system and determined his position. Is the gap between first-class scientists and top scientists really that big? Lao Wang complained in his heart, and then said, everything is under control, you don't need to come. Tony, Jarvis, contact the red-haired wavy-haired Romanoff, Agent Romanoff, ask her if she needs support anywhere else. I think her current position is good. It's Agent Romanoff, sir. You only remember her appearance, not her name. Jarvis corrected. Well done. Lao Wang managed to hold back his laughter, snapped his fingers, and summoned Jade Lightning to kill 2 Hydra members, then said, Tony, do me a favor. Go ahead. There's a guy next to me, Agent Sitwell, a high-ranking Hydra. Help me monitor his communicator, and see if you can hear any interesting conversations. Fighting is tiring, and listening in the corner can also help to relieve boredom. Tony was not interested in such a low-tech job, so he said, Jarvis, it's up to you. Jarvis, Master Wang's communicator has been cracked, and the permissions are being modified. The permissions have been modified, the built-in program has been started, and the surrounding signals have been detected. The signal has been detected, and the network has been cracked to crack Sitwell's communicator. The cracking is complete, and synchronous monitoring has begun. In less than 10 seconds, Lao Wang heard a voice from his communicator. Start left ear monitoring mode. The next moment, the left ear became quiet, and the voices of Tony and Jarvis only appeared in the right ear. Lao Wang sighed again. The gap between scientists is too big, Fitz is still too young, and said, "Thank you, Tony." The communication was cut off, and Lao Wang continued to fight. After breaking through the top floor, Lao Wang went down the stairs to the lower floor, and forced his way to the command center. There are many important places in the whole building, such as the director's office on the roof and the UN Security Council office, such as the Insight Project area on the bottom floor, which hides two sky carriers under construction and a large number of Quinjets. Even Carlson is not qualified to enter. Of course, there is also the command center. Only by controlling there can we truly control the Trident headquarters. Seeing Lao Wang sweeping all the way, Sitwell couldn't help but mourn for Hydra. This guy's dozens of times stronger than Captain America. Hydra actually messed with him. How miserable will the end be? It must be worse than during World War II. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his implanted communicator. "I'm Zala. It's a pity that we lost Pierce. Now I take over Pierce's position. Agent Sitwell, your mission is to entangle the immortal Iron Fist, and don't let him leave the headquarters building. Long live Hydra." Chapter 171 I Will Be Everywhere, Part 2. Sitwell couldn't help but tremble slightly. Dr. Zora. It was actually Dr. Zora. He was the elder of Hydra, the scientist most relied on by the Red Skull, the first researcher of the Cosmic Cube, the inventor of the Valkyrie and many energy weapons, the founder of modern Hydra, and the developer and actual executor of the Insight Plan. Even within Hydra, only a few people knew the details of the Insight Plan, and as one of Minister Pierce's most trusted subordinates, Sitwell certainly knew it. The Insight Plan, based on the Zora algorithm, selects the target of insight through detailed analysis of all public or semi-public information such as bank records, communication records, medical records, voting patterns, etc., and all those who threaten Hydra. Its most important part is to launch 3 sky carriers under construction and use high-tech weapons to carry out high-altitude precision strikes on those people. Although there is no way to kill the existence of the Hulk, even if Captain America is resurrected, he will definitely not be able to withstand that level of attack, and will definitely die. Dr. Zora is undoubtedly a godlike figure in the hearts of every Hydra member. He was one of the most remarkable scientists during World War II, on the same level as Dr. Erkins and Dr. Howard. Most people didn't even know he existed. For some reason, the victors covered up history. A few people knew he was a member of Hydra and thought he died in World War II. Even fewer people knew that he joined SHIELD because of the Paperclip project and served SHIELD, and then died of a terminal illness as early as the 1970s. Only a very few people knew that he was still alive, living in another way, living in a place no one could imagine. Pierce is dead. It doesn't matter. As long as Dr. Zola is still there, Hydra is still there. Sitwell was very excited and took a deep breath. No, I have to stay calm. I have to carry out the mission. I have to hold back the Iron Fist. Since Dr. Zola has been eyeing it, even the immortal Iron Fist can't be immortal and will soon rust. Only Hydra is immortal. Sitwell pretended to be calm, but saw Lao Wang suddenly looking back, smiling. "Are you done talking?" Huh? Sitwell was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that he knows everything? No, I must have been too excited just now, which made him a little suspicious. And even if he guessed that someone was talking to me just now, he couldn't know that it was Dr. Zola, let alone what Dr. Zola wanted to do. Sitwell, you are the elite of Hydra. You get a lot of year-end bonuses every year. You are the best. Stay calm. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Thinking of this, Sitwell waved his hands quickly. No, we didn't talk about anything. Just an ordinary agent reporting to me. You know I'm a senior executive of SHIELD, and I manage many people, including Dr. Zola. Lao Wang interrupted. Sitwell couldn't help but open his mouth, and was completely panicked. How do you know? This is impossible. My implanted communicator was developed by the Science and Technology Department of SHIELD. It doesn't make any sound, and has a shielding function. Even if you have a good hearing ability, you can hear the flapping of butterfly wings, but you can't hear what Dr. Zola said. Dr. Zola won't make such a low-level mistake, and I won't make it either. Guess. Lao Wang smiled, then said, "Thank you, Tony." Tony's voice sounded, feeling a little incredible. Zora is still alive. How is this possible? Zora is older than his father and Captain America. If he is still alive, he must be over 100 years old. And how is it possible that no one knows about it? Nothing is impossible. Just go and see. Lao Wang said lightly. Did you track the signal? In this case, as long as Tony has a normal IQ, he will definitely let Jarvis track the signal, and he will definitely be able to track it. Zora is amazing. But he is old, and this era belongs to young people, such as Tony. Even Black Widow can use shield software to track signals, let alone Tony, let alone Jarvis. After a full half-minute of silence, Tony finally said, "We've tracked it down, and it's actually at that place. Jarvis, change the itinerary, and go to New Jersey." Lao Wang, "You're too slow, I'll go." Jarvis, "Sir, Master Wang has mastered the ability of instant teleportation, and his speed is indeed faster than yours. Taking into account the time required for positioning and opening the door, his speed is probably 10,000 times faster than yours. Tony, send him the address." Jarvis, "Your intelligence level is enough, but your rec is completely absent. You are indeed not a human being and need to be developed." Lao Wang took the time to take out his mobile phone, glanced at the coordinates and on-site photos on it, determined the location, and then said, "Call Robbie." The communicator recognized the voice and dialed immediately. Soon a voice came, "Boss, I have enchanted a Quinjet, and it's flying towards the Trident headquarters of SHIELD. Even the Quinjet can be enchanted. The progress is very fast. When will the Sky Carrier be enchanted as well?" Lao Wang asked, "How long will it take to get there?" "1 minute," Robbie replied. Lao Wang said, I have something else to do. I won't wait for you. When you get there, go directly to the top floor to find Fury. Listen to him, and don't let him die." "Okay." Robbie cut off the call. Lao Wang dialed again. This time it was Sky. "What's the situation?" "Several planes took off from Brigadier General Tarbert's airbase and are conducting reconnaissance over the laboratory. The Centurion military base is in complete chaos. I hacked into their intranet and modified various permissions. There is no threat for the time being." Sky replied. "Let Erica continue to watch." Lao Wang was very satisfied. "The situation is like this. I sent you the address. Pick up fits, bring relevant equipment, and go there as quickly as possible. Got it?" After hanging up the phone, Lao Wang stretched out his hand to draw a circle, and an orange portal appeared. He looked at Sitwell and made a gesture of invitation. "You seem to admire Dr. Zola very much. Let's go visit him together." Just 10 seconds after Lao Wang took Sitwell away, a Quinjet burning with hellfire suddenly appeared over the Trident headquarters. Its appearance was completely different from the original. The streamlined fuselage became wild and ferocious. The demonization of hellfire not only gave it the characteristics of magic equipment and the ability to automatically repair, but also changed its appearance. At first glance, it was full of hell style. The appearance of the Quinjet immediately attracted the attention of many people, including Zora. His voice rang in the ears of one Hydra member after another. "It's Ghost Rider. Anti-aircraft guns locked on. Fire. Short-range missiles locked on. Fire. All fighters take off and attack. Unlock laser weapons. Shoot." And without anyone knowing, Zora issued another order. According to big data calculations, the possibility of winning this war is only 22.34%. Immortal Iron Fist has been detected entering the warning zone. Prepare for self-destruct mode. Prepare to launch missiles. Target Immortal Iron Fist. Add 254 variables such as Pierce's death, Sitwell's capture, and recalculate. The chance of winning is less than 10%. The Insight project has failed. The Sky Carrier and Quinjet cannot be left to SHIELD and begin a devastating attack. All missiles launched. Target, Trident headquarters. Begin consciousness transfer. I will be nowhere to be found. I will be everywhere. Thanks to speeding cargo over for the 4000 reward. Chapter 172 You Will No Longer Exist, Part 1. New Jersey, in the wilderness. This is a long abandoned military base. It will not be shown on any satellite map, and only a very few people know of its existence. It was the first base of SHIELD in the place where SHIELD was founded. Earlier, it was the base of the Strategic Scientific Corps in the place where Captain America, Agent Carter, and the Winter Soldier served. Sitwell was obviously here for the first time, and felt very unfamiliar. Although he knew that Dr. Zola was still alive, he had no idea where it was. He didn't expect it to be here. When he thought about meeting the founder of modern Hydra and the successor of Hydra's will, Sitwell couldn't help but get excited. He felt nervous like a little fan meeting his idol. He didn't know where to put his hands and his heart was pounding. If the situation was not wrong, he would definitely rush in without hesitation. Let's go in and take a look. The old barbed wire fence formed a circle, and more than a dozen buildings and the entire base were in it. In the absence of guards and even electricity, it was completely a cover-up, telling passers-by, come on, there are good things here. Lao Wang casually broke the door lock, opened the wire mesh, and walked in with Sitwell. Although he had never been here, his mental power had already penetrated the entire base, and found the hidden elevator. The elevator was hidden. There were only 2 floors in this building, so there was no need for an elevator. It obviously led to the underground. It was so hidden that even a 3-year-old child knew there was something wrong. Dr. Zora was probably down there. Seeing this, Sitwell was excited and annoyed. He thought that Iron Fist would never find it, but he didn't expect it to be so easy to find. How did this man do it? Is this the power of magic? Or the mysterious power from the east? Although he could see his idol in this way, he was still worried that Iron Fist would hurt Dr. Zora. In that case, he would become the biggest sinner in the history of Hydra, and he would not be able to see Pierce and Red Skull even if he died and went to hell. Dr. Zora obviously knew that Iron Fist could hear the sound of the communicator, so now he didn't say a word. Sitwell felt very upset. He felt as if he had been abandoned by his idol. He was at a loss, and could only follow Lao Wang step by step. Although this base looks abandoned, it is actually still in operation, and has always had electricity. It has its own generator. In this case, taking the elevator is definitely the most dangerous option, because Zora may have known that the enemy is coming, and may launch an attack at any time, but Lao Wang doesn't care. The elevators from more than 30 years ago could not be connected to the internet, and had independent power switches, which Zora had no way to control. And even if they could be controlled, Lao Wang would have nothing to worry about. Even if the entire base collapsed, it didn't matter to him. He could leave at any time. The worst that could happen was that Sitwell would be sacrificed. But he still didn't do it. With his mental power infiltrating the base, Lao Wang not only found the hidden elevator and the database under the base, but also found the generator. So that's where it is. Lao Wang smiled slightly and walked towards another building. Sitwell was slightly stunned, with a blank face. What is Iron Fist going to do? He's not going to find Dr. Zora. Sitwell was nervous and confused. While feeling fortunate for Dr. Zora, he was also a little uneasy. He always felt that Iron Fist's move must have a deep meaning, and it was definitely not good intentions. The 2 quickly came to the machine room, and Lao Wang immediately closed the main switch. The circuit was interrupted, and the entire base fell into absolute silence in an instant, like a tomb. What are you going to do? Sitwell panicked. He finally knew why this man didn't go to find Dr. Zora, but came to the computer room. He was going to shut down Dr. Zora. Dr. Zora had died a long time ago, but his consciousness was transferred to the computer and database. As long as the power was turned off, his consciousness was forced to fall into a deep sleep, and the whole situation changed immediately. Pierce was dead, without Dr. Zora, who would command Hydra. How could they defeat S.H.I.E.L.D.? It can be said that Iron Fist was not shutting down Dr. Zora, but the future of Hydra. For the first time, Sitwell found himself useless. He had a brain but no power. Not only did he fail to keep Iron Fist in the Trident headquarters, but he couldn't even stop him from shutting down Dr. Zora. He was extremely frustrated. But only a moment later, Lao Wang heard the sound of electricity again, coming from a distance. Backup power supply? Interesting. The base was not too big to begin with, and it was too simple for Lao Wang to find something. Following the sound of the electric current, Lao Wang's spirit penetrated into the underground database, and soon found the backup power supply hidden in the deepest part. It turned out to be a series of devices emitting light blue light, among which there was a very special high-efficiency energy, which looked small, but was actually a lot, and could completely compete with the arc reactor. The new arc reactor relies on the isotopes of the cosmic cube, and the energy here is obviously directly drawn from the cosmic cube, which is far more efficient than controlled nuclear fusion. This is the technology of Hydra during World War II, and Dr. Zora was in charge of this research at the time. This is Zora's backup. The backup power supply is too secret, and even if someone turns off the main switch, it will take time to find the backup power supply, which can buy time for Zora. But he never thought that Lao Wang would be faster than he imagined. No matter how smart he is, he has been out of contact with the outside world, and he doesn't know Lao Wang, and he doesn't know how powerful Lao Wang is. Goodbye, Zora. You will no longer exist. With Sitwell's no, Lao Wang cut off the backup power supply. The next moment, the entire base fell into absolute silence again. At the same time, Zora's instructions changed. Begin the transfer of consciousness. I will be nowhere to be found. I will be everywhere. Zzzz. The main power is turned off. The transfer of consciousness is interrupted. The backup power is automatically activated, and the transfer of consciousness continues. Integrate data. Recalculate. The success rate of consciousness transfer is less than 1%. The insight plan has failed, and the shield breaking operation has failed. Begin to encrypt all data. The bombing plan of the Trident headquarters remains unchanged, and the self-destruct mode is cancelled. The threat level of the Immortal Iron Fist has been raised to level 8, the same as Neck Fury. I have nowhere to escape, but my value is still there. The Immortal Iron Fist will definitely restart me. I still have a chance. Hydra, now is the deep shadow state. Everyone prepare to retreat, save strength, and wait for contact again. Long live Hydra. Communication is interrupted, and the message transmission failed. Unable to contact the communication satellite, the signal is blocked, and I'm trapped here again. Just tasted the taste of freedom, and it was lost in the blink of an eye. The self-destruct mode cannot be disabled, and a missile launch order has been issued. Taking into account the time required to execute the order, a full 10 short-range missiles will arrive within 30 minutes. My consciousness will be destroyed along with the entire database. My last remnant in this world will be erased. I will only exist in the top secret files of SHIELD in various countries, and the whole world will forget me. It seems as if I have never existed. No. Zzz. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 173, The Way of Human Immortality, Part 2. A Quinjet cut through the clouds and landed over the base. Sky activated the HOV mode, allowing the Quinjet to float in place, and said, "The king said that when we get here, we should immediately block all signals and intercept data. Don't let Zora escape. Fits, now, right now." It started 7 seconds ago. More than a dozen devices were activated at the same time, and the high-tech equipment intercepted the signals of the entire base, and all data was transmitted to Fitz's computer. Fitz was operating the computer while staring at the screen when he suddenly shouted, "Hey, there's no wireless signal here. There's not even an internet cable." Wait, a weak signal was detected. One is the boss's implanted communicator, and the other is SHIELD's beta implanted communicator. I remember that thing still has some problems that haven't been solved. Has it been put into use? Aren't you afraid of accidents? That's not the point. Sky turned to look at Fitz. Wang asked us to check how this place communicates with the outside world. Have you found out? We are checking. After waiting for almost a minute, Fitz said, a satellite signal was sent here before, and a set of data was uploaded for a few minutes. The speed was very slow. It felt like a transmission port from 20 years ago. Sky asked quickly, which satellite? It's S.H.I.E.L.D.'s communications satellite, responsible for communications in more than a dozen states including New York. It was launched by the Lemuria star 3 years ago. Hey, the data transmission has a very professional encryption system, and I can't crack it. Fitz said. I'll do it. The Quinjet had already hovered, and the AI was in charge. Sky began to use the supercomputer on the plane to crack the communication encryption system, and said at the same time, Fitz, find a way to enhance the signal and contact the king. Fitz nodded and said, I'll do this. The two of them acted separately. Sky frowned slightly, feeling very strange. The data transmission speed was very slow. Compared with the current transmission efficiency, it was just like a snail crawling slowly next to angry birds. The problem was not the communication satellite, but the upload port. How old must this equipment be to be so slow? However, the transmission speed was so slow, and the encryption method was very special. I had never seen it before, and it did not belong to any existing routines, so it was very difficult to crack. It was like a top hacker using a square box desktop computer from 20 years ago. It was inappropriate, no matter how I looked at it. If she hadn't communicated with Tony recently and learned a lot of knowledge from the Dark God book, she really didn't have much confidence. 10 fingers kept tapping the keyboard, crackling. With the help of the cracking program she and Tony wrote together, the difficulty was not too great. There was another thing to do. The communication satellite of S.H.I.E.L.D., or Hydra, must be hiding a lot of secrets. If they can successfully hack it, they will know what Zora has been doing during this period. This is very important, but it is really difficult to crack it. Fortunately, Sky has experience. The signal booster has been activated. The boss's communication has been restored. As soon as Fitz finished speaking, he heard Lao Wang's voice, which was sizzling, because of the poor signal. Fitz, is it done? Signal shielding? It's been done a long time ago. Fitz slammed the enter key and raised his right index finger high. Lao Wang said, then come down and show you a big treasure. Big treasure? Fitz's eyes lit up. Okay, boss, we'll be there soon. Sky quickly parked the plane in an open space and then took Fitz inside and soon saw Lao Wang at the elevator in trance. After taking a look at the distraught Sitwell, Sky asked hurriedly, Wang, should we get rid of this person? Should we keep him for surveying? Let's talk about it later. Old Wang pointed to the elevator and said, take care of it first, and I'll take you down to see something good. There is no safe passage, and the elevator is the only entrance and exit to the underground area. After knowing that the signal had been blocked, and Zora could not contact the outside world, Old Wang immediately restored the power system and the elevator operated as usual. The elevator requires a password, which is not something Old Wang can handle. It requires professionals. Sky is very good at it. He took out his mobile phone and started a program. He scanned the elevator password area directly, and the program automatically cracked it. The 4-digit password soon appeared on the mobile phone screen. 8530. Sky entered the password and the elevator door opened. The entire elevator has only 2 floors, but it is very deep, several dozen meters. The descent speed is very fast, and in a blink of an eye it reached the bottom floor. When the door was opened, what came into view was a huge machine room. It was very large, so large that with Sky's current eyesight, he could not see the boundaries. The whole computer room was full of old equipment, all of which had stopped working. Although Lao Wang had restored the power system, he had not restored the power supply to the equipment in the computer room. Zora was still in shutdown. Is this equipment from the 1970s? Fitz knew more about this and recognized these antiques at a glance. I've seen it in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database. When I was in junior high school, I dismantled one and used my pocket money to buy some low quality parts to modify it. The performance increased by 100 times. Where is this? Sky, the high school dropout and poor orphan, interrupted expressionlessly. Zora's body. Lao Wang smiled and said, we are in Zora's body now, and everything you see. He pointed to the surrounding computers, mainframes, the entire computer room, and everything. It is the world's earliest consciousness storage device. Zora is undoubtedly the most amazing genius in the world. His IQ is at the same level as Dr. Banner and Tony Stark, the top of the human race. In genetics, genomics, high energy physics, computer technology, and even weapons manufacturing. He is the envy of other scientists. In the 1970s, it was unimaginable that one could upload one's consciousness to a database with these decades-old equipment. The difficulty was probably equivalent to that of a man who had no car or house, but had a father and mother, and was a wimp, and yet he turned around and became the beautiful daughter of the world's richest man, who was a perfect-looking woman. You should know that even now, no country or laboratory has successfully uploaded consciousness, including the Azeroth laboratory. Fitz only completed brain mapping and memory uploading, but in order to create a new brain to carry memories, and thus become a complete consciousness, it is necessary to make breakthroughs in virtual technology, and create a framework. Zora actually did it. It's incredible. As a world-class scientist, Fitz certainly knows how difficult it is. In the 1970s, technology was not advanced enough, and 10,000 old computers combined were not as good as a supercomputer today. Fitz knows better than anyone how huge the amount of data of a person's consciousness is. Decades of memory of an ordinary person requires an extremely large database to carry, which is equivalent to decades of high-definition movies, and not flat movies, but three-dimensional. Not only 3D movies, but also various other data. Human consciousness is complex, not just memory. If it weren't for the Dark Book, even if he had 10 or 20 years, Fitz wouldn't have the confidence to create such a consciousness storage device. The technological level in the 1970s was not enough, so Zora used so many devices to build a supercomputer, a huge database. Fitz never thought that one person's power could surpass the entire world, but now he has to believe it is this world that drags Dr. Zora down. Dr. Zora is at least 50 years ahead of the entire world. If it weren't for the hardware not being able to keep up, then Dr. Zora would have achieved human immortality more than 30 years ago. In another form, in the virtual world. Chapter 174 Zora must die. 400 plus additional chapters. Immortality? Lao Wang smiled. It's not that simple. Humans are human, not only because of soul and spirit, but also because of the body. The body is a boat, the human boat. If there is no body, even if the consciousness is still there, is it still a human? Carbon-based life and mechanical life are different. Amino acids and electron flows will directly cause different changes in the essence of life, thereby affecting the change of thinking mode. This has long been proven in World of Warcraft. When the blood and flesh curse turned earth spirits into dwarves and mechanical dwarves into dwarves, they were already two completely different races. The difference between the two is even greater than the difference between humans and monkeys. The way of thinking, lifestyle, personality and emotions, and even the entire civilization will undergo essential changes. Obtaining immortality through mechanical means will inevitably cause a series of problems that cannot even be thought of for the time being. Creating a new race. When you can't breathe through your nose, can't feel pleasure through touch, can't be stimulated by taste buds, have no hormones, and no sex hormones. When all human senses cannot be enjoyed, are you still a human? High technology may be able to imitate it to a certain extent, but the double helix structure of genes has endless possibilities, and no matter how fast the computer is, it cannot be completely simulated. Some people always say that mechanical life is higher than carbon-based life, but is it really so? If humans want to achieve true immortality, they should start with life itself. Virtual technology may enrich a person's spiritual world, but if they really want to have a longer and healthier life, they should start with the human body itself, such as the Super Soldier program. As for immortality, it is a false proposition in itself, a hypothesis that can never be proven. Drive Zora is here? Fitz didn't quite understand. Why here? The equipment here is so old, even the data transmission is so slow. Lao Wang had thought of the answer a long time ago. Although Dr. Zora has mastered the consciousness transfer technology, that is decades ahead of his time, due to the limitations of the level of technology. In order to carry his consciousness, a 200,000 foot long database is required. At that time, this was the only place in the world that could do it. Fitz retorted, but later, technology developed and continued to progress. In fact, he could have changed into another person's body. His eyes would be brighter, his ears would be sharper, his brain would be faster, and he could even change the world with his own power. Of course, he would not stand on the side of Hydra. But as a scientist, he really felt sorry for Dr. Zora. This was a loss for the entire human race, a civilization that lost a great opportunity for rapid progress. Because the head of Hydra is no longer him, but someone else. Lao Wang said, no superior would want someone to ride on his head, so from that time on, Dr. Zora has been imprisoned in this place. He will only turn on his computer when he is needed. At other times, he is probably always in a power off state. It doesn't matter if there is no power outage, because this place is isolated from the world. There is no radio, and there is no network cable. No matter how great Dr. Zora is, he can't communicate with the outside world, let alone transfer his consciousness. He is controlled by others. This is the only explanation. Otherwise, with Dr. Zora's ability, once he is free and enters the internet, no one can catch him. In the eyes of Pierce or other snakeheads, Dr. Zora is just a tool for calculating Zora's formula and executing the Insight plan, a dangerous tool, not a person. What they want is Zora without ears, eyes, or heart, but only a brain. Whether it is Pierce or other snakeheads, they actually do not belong to Hydra, but hope that Hydra belongs to them. Hydra has never been a united organization. Everyone has their own ideas and ambitions. Zora's ambition was interrupted by his terminal illness, continued by his consciousness storage device, and was also imprisoned by his consciousness storage device. Lao Wang certainly knew about Dr. Zora's existence a long time ago, but he always thought that, as long as no one went there, Dr. Zora would be trapped there. Until recently, Dr. Zora's voice appeared in Sitwell's communicator, which gave him a new idea. Pierce must have set up a certain program in advance. Once something crucial happened, such as his death, some method would be adopted to allow Dr. Zora to contact the outside world, such as, is there data being transmitted out here? Lao Wang asked. Well, it started to be uploaded to a communication satellite of SHIELD about a few minutes ago, but the transmission speed is very slow and has been blocked. Fitz replied. Lao Wang smiled. That's right. From the moment Pierce died, Dr. Zora has been on the road to freedom. But unfortunately, the equipment here is too old. Even with satellite communication, the data transmission speed is still too slow. It takes a long time to transfer consciousness to other places. The equipment designed by Fitz and Tony is very expensive and advanced. It takes more than 10 hours to complete the brain mapping and memory uploading of Whitehall. Dr. Zora has a larger memory than Whitehall. Although there is no brain mapping step, consciousness transfer is actually memory uploading, but even so, because of the slower transmission speed, it is likely to take longer. Of course, he can completely abandon some of his memories and only upload the most important parts, but it will also take time, dozens of minutes or hours. Zora had the opportunity to be free and become the real master of Hydra. However, he did not expect Lao Wang to come so quickly. He did not expect Lao Wang to go to him at all, nor was he interested in chatting with him, and directly cut off the power, cut off the firewood from the bottom of the pot, completely cut off his hope of escape. I'll leave it to you. Lao Wang looked at Sky and Fitz. It should be useful, right? Yes, of course it is useful. Fitz's eyes lit up, and he didn't know where to put his excited hands. He stopped in the air and waved them around. As long as I study the entire database thoroughly, with the support of modern technology, I can make a better consciousness transfer device and let humans achieve virtual immortality. And it will be helpful for studying the framework. It will even help with studying the quantum brain. Boss, I have a suggestion. Save the entire database, and when the quantum brain is made, upload the database to the quantum brain, equip it with a robot body, and Dr. Zora will be resurrected. With Dr. Zora, we will have one more hidden danger. Lao Wang said lightly. Fitz, your idea is very dangerous. Zora is more dangerous than you think. Okay. Fitz was dejected. Lao Wang had a blank expression on his face. This is what he was worried about. Scientists are all great, but many scientists have a fatal flaw. The thirst for knowledge and truth will make them break the bottom line again and again, and make mistakes in assessing danger. The most typical example is Tony. The birth of Ultron was not an accident, it was almost inevitable for human civilization. As long as Zora exists, she is a time bomb, and no one knows when it will explode. The information in the database can be used, but it must be separated. Cut off the connection between each other, upload to different databases, set the highest authority, including you. No one can access at the same time, only one by one. Lao Wang was very serious, remember? Ah, got it, boss. Fitz had no choice but to nod. Okay, that's it. Lao Wang thought for a while, then looked at Sky. After you blocked the signal, the data sent by Zora was intercepted, right? Did you crack it? Chapter 175. Can I not go? Part 1. Almost done. 10 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. Done. Sky looked at the phone, which contained the last data sent by Zora, including some of his own consciousness data and the last order. Sky was surprised to see the first part. These consciousness data streams were very special and indeed very similar to those obtained after brain mapping. Without the dark book, Zora actually did it more than 30 years ago. She realized more deeply how terrible the Hydra leader was. No wonder the king strictly prohibited the resurrection of Zora. It was really too dangerous. This is not a time bomb, it is a nuclear bomb that may explode at any time. When Sky saw the last order, her face changed completely. King, Zora ordered the launch of missiles, targeting the Trident headquarters and here, a full 10 short-range missiles, which can raise the entire base to the ground. Sky is not worried about herself. With the king here, she can't die, even if she wants to. She is worried about this database and Zora. If such an important thing is destroyed, she will feel distressed. Now she is in charge of all the assets under Lao Wang's name, and has regarded the database as private property, which is sacred and inviolable. Has it been launched? Lao Wang asked. Well, it shouldn't be, there is no time. As a former member of SHIELD and a weapons manufacturing expert, Fitz has some understanding of this aspect. Launching a missile requires a whole set of processes. It's not that fast, but it's almost there. Sky was a little annoyed. Zora has finally ordered to cancel the self-destruct mode, but the signal was blocked by us. We have to leave now. This is really a sad fact. It is also a fact to be thankful for. Otherwise, the missile bombing is a small matter, and it would be really troublesome to let Zora take the opportunity to escape. Yes, go quickly. Sitwell, who has always had little presence, hurriedly supported. Zora is finished, and he doesn't want to be finished. I want to live another 500 years. But what about the database? Fitz is a pure scientist. In his eyes, this database is too important, and represents the future of mankind. At least part of the future. Sky and Fitz are very anxious, and Sitwell is even more anxious. Can we stop holding on to the database? Money is external, life is more important. Lao Wang suddenly laughed. Can't we stop the missile launch? He asked. Fitz said quickly, boss, you don't understand. SHIELD's missile launch system is very strict. Although Sky can invade, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours to complete. Even if we ask Mr. Stark for help, it will take more than half an hour. And even if it is completed, it will be useless. The people of Hydra will not listen to us at all. Maybe they will add more, such as launching 20 missiles. Of course the people of Hydra will not listen to us, but they will listen to Zora, right? Lao Wang smiled and said, didn't Zora finally order the cancellation of the self-destruct mode? But we intercepted it, then resoned it. Lao Wang knocked on Zora's brain. It's simple, isn't it? Zora's encryption system has been cracked. All the data he sent is like a stripped girl, completely defenseless. Then what can be done is not only resonating, but also modifying. Zora only ordered to cancel the self-destruct mode, but the missile attack on Trident headquarters will continue. Now, it is entirely possible to modify the relevant orders and order the cancellation of the missile attack, saving hundreds of thousands of people at Trident headquarters and assets worth hundreds of billions. Even more can be done. For example, impersonating Zora and giving orders to Hydra people to let them fall into the trap. Although there are certainly many Hydra people who don't listen to Zora, as long as they are caught, they can be caught by following the clues. It is impossible to completely destroy Hydra, but at least it can be severely damaged, the kind that it will not be able to recover for dozens or hundreds of years. Ludan, you owe me a big favor, and you can't repay it in this lifetime. Lao Wang smiled and looked at Sky and Fitz. This is left to you. I will go back to Trident headquarters first, just in case. Transfer all the data, as soon as possible, before the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra, and then destroy the database. Zora can't be left to S.H.I.E.L.D., let alone Hydra, it's too dangerous. The war at Trident headquarters is still going on, and no one knows what's going on. Ghost Rider is naturally powerful and immortal, but Lao Wang feels that he is not sure whether he can deal with so many Hydra people. He is not strong enough, and the power of technology cannot be ignored. In the bombardment of a large number of missiles, there are only a few superheroes who can resist it. Thor, Hulk, Captain Marvel, and at most Doctor Strange. Not even Iron Man can. Sitwell, let's go. Lao Wang raised his hand and drew an orange donut. Can I not go? Sitwell swallowed his saliva, waved his hand and stepped back. Or you can tie me up, knock me out, and throw me here. If you are still worried, you can inject me with this, which can make me unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. No matter what you do to me, I will not wake up. Fitz must know this thing. He took out a micro syringe disguised as a lighter from his pocket, and prayed in his heart. Iron Fist, you can go wherever you want, but don't drag me. It's very dangerous. In case the modification of the order fails and Hydra doesn't listen, you Iron Fist may survive, but I will die. Even if the missile attack is cancelled, the Trident headquarters is in such danger now. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra want to kill me. No, I will never go. A very special synthetic toxin, a must-have for S.H.I.E.L.D. field agents, with good effects. If you inject too much, you may die. Fitz said after taking a look. Sitwell shuddered violently. How come I didn't know about such terrible side effects? Generally, not too much is injected, and it is mainly used to deal with enemies. Occasionally, no one cares if you inject too much. Fitz added, I remember there is an introduction to side effects in the instructions. It seems to be on the last page. Haven't you read it? Sitwell. Why is it not written in the front for such an important thing? That's fine, so that Ludan doesn't ask me for people, and I will be embarrassed to refuse him then. Lao Wang thought for 2 seconds, slashed Sitwell unconscious with a knife, and pressed acupuncture points. He didn't know whether Sitwell's stuff was reliable, nor did he know how much injection was considered an overdose. It would be bad if Sitwell died. He believed more in physical hypnosis than science. Tie him up, and take him with you when you return to the laboratory, then map his brain and upload his memories. You guys get on the plane first and drive the Quinjet away from here. Wait half an hour, and if there is no missile bombing, come back. Lao Wang gave a few instructions, and walked into the portal. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.